Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
Donald Trump declaring victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him to win the presidency. I'm Marky Martin, joined by our chief Washington correspondent and moderator of The Hill, Blake Berman. This morning, you are watching Morning in America's special election coverage right here on News Nation. We're continuing it for you right now. Take a look at this electoral vote count, will you? Let's pop that up if we can. He gets 286 to her 226 this morning. Of course, 270 was the magic number. That was what was needed to claim victory. Decision Desk HQ was the first network to project the presidency for Donald Trump about an hour before everybody else did. This historic election making headlines across the country right now. Blake, you know, I was expecting for you and I to be on for several more days. No answer, no sleep, cots in our offices. Here we are. This thing called at about 1:30 this morning Eastern time. How?
Expect the unexpected in politics, right? Although there was a thought that this could go one way or the other overnight, and that, Marky, is what we are seeing here as we wake up at 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock where you are Central Time. Let me walk you through. We had focused on these 7 key swing states, right? And I want you to keep this one thing in mind as I take you through the states. In presidential politics, 50% is the magic number. You hit it, you're good. Keep that in mind as I walk you through. So let's start in the Southeast. Georgia, and this was a state that had been talking about. Why is this even in play for Republicans? Well, look at what happened there. Trump, 50.7% in Georgia, 98% of the counties they're reporting. But I want to take you into, this is sort of a theme throughout, Marky. So this is Atlanta and Fulton County, for example, 72% in Fulton County for Kamala Harris, and DeKalb County. As we switch through the numbers here, 81%. Yes, those are big numbers, Marky. Yeah. But one of the themes for Vice President Harris throughout this was she didn't hit her numbers in the major cities across. That's which they need to run them up there. She didn't get to 2020 levels where President Biden was. All right, let me take you in to North Carolina. This was a state that Donald Trump was a little bit on defense going into it. 51.1, 97% reporting. Now, this was the state, right? Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the biggie.
And here's the biggie, right? So PA, this was the 85% chance. If you win PA, you win it all. Trump, 50.8. Now, I'm going to take you in here, Marky, to I'm going to take you in here. Give me a second here as I click through all this to Philadelphia, okay? So here's Philadelphia, and look at the total that Kamala Harris, the percent share, has in Philadelphia. 78.5%, that's good, right? You would think at surface level, but those numbers were in the 80s the last point around for the Democratic candidates, Marky, for Joe Biden in 2020 and for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
And Blake, when you're taking a look at all of these states, all these counties, are you seeing anywhere where she has outperformed Biden, you know, either by state or by county?
It's one of the storylines of this election is her not being able to get to Vice President Harris, not being able to get to Joe Biden levels, to levels that Democrats needed to get to, and she just didn't get there. We're seeing this time and time again in some of the major cities. Let me take you to the other side, though, Marky, and I'm going to go back to Pennsylvania. This is a bellwether county, Erie, PA, far northwest corner of the state. Here's where I'm showing you, Erie. And here's why I'm talking about it, because Trump at 50.3, this was a county that Trump won in 2016, lost in 2020, won in 2024. And so you ask a great question about, did she get to President Biden's levels? The other side of that is Donald Trump was able to flip some of these key counties. So that's on the East Coast, or at least part of it, and the Midwest. Michigan still yet to be called. But let's look at Wisconsin real quick. Marky, here's the story in Wisconsin right now. 51%.
Yeah, because that was also a flip-flopper, right? Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020.
8 out of the last 9, I believe, in Wisconsin on the presidential level had gone Democratic, and Trump's hitting 51% there. One of the other fascinating things, Markey, and we can go through this over the next 4 hours, is where Vice President Harris underperformed to the Senate candidates, right? Because in these Midwest states, there were some key Senate races. And part of the story today is the Senate flipping, and one of the outstanding questions is the House. And is Donald Trump going to have essentially a 2-year runway here in Washington?
Right.
Or are Democrats going to be able to take the House and make life potentially miserable for him if that's the case?
And at last check, earlier this morning, I saw DDHQ had Republicans at a 52% chance of winning the House. Does that still stand? And where do things stand right now in terms of balance of power?
Yeah, so let me start with you in the Senate real quick as I flip this over. So here's the Senate map as it refreshes.
Because think about how remarkable, too. I mean, he wins the White House. If there's a clean sweep for Republicans, I mean, Trump's basically given a blank check, right, to pass policy, anything from the justices he wants to border policies. That's remarkable.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because if the Senate right now is going Republican, we know that. One of the outstanding questions, Markey, is the House. DDHQ has it right now, I believe, at 218, 217. So, yeah, look, the major story this morning, Donald Trump, Republicans, what a night for him, what a night for them. But I think one of the things that we're going to be talking about and looking at here, Markey, in the upcoming hours and days is what ends up happening in the House as well.
Yeah, Blake, let's now bring in our panel. We have Bob Cusack, editor-in-chief of TheHill.com, Denise Grace Gitsom, Republican strategist and former aide to President George W. Bush, and Nina Turner, who was an Ohio Democratic state senator. Good morning to all of you. Bob, let me just start with you first. I think there are a lot of Americans who went to sleep last night. They're waking up, turning on their TV, wondering, are we possibly in for any surprises, or is this cake fully baked at this point? Is this decided?
Markey, it's decided as far as the presidency, just a matter of the final number. And it looks like that Trump is going to eclipse what he got in 2016. The surprise was basically Trump once again overperformed, despite the pollsters saying, oh, we've accounted for that. No. Once again, Trump overperforms. And the expectation was this was going to be a nail-biter. It was not.
Bob, you're 100% right there. One of the fascinating things going into this, and we were talking about it the other day, when you looked at the 7 key swing states, either Harris or Trump, whoever was polling, none of them got to above 49.3 going into it. And that's why I started off talking to Markey. You got to look at the 50% because that's the number. But as I just ticked through those states, as Bob just mentioned, Trump was hitting well above 50 to 51 in some of those states. Denise, how do you think he got there?
I think that everyone underestimated Trump in this election. He was playing chess and everyone else was playing checkers. While everyone was busy being offended and focused on the words that he said in the past week, he was speaking directly to the demographic that he needed in the blue wall to win. And nobody understood it here in Washington because none of us can relate to that working class voter group. And nobody understand the full dynamic. No one could really believe, because they hadn't seen it before, how much the Latino and African-American vote had shifted. That's what we saw delivered tonight, was a new coalition of Republican voters, Latinos, African-American voters, and working class voters.
Nina, let me bring you into this, too. You know, as a former Ohio Democratic senator, I know you're having a lot of thoughts and feelings this morning. Give us a pulse of the Democratic Party right now after this news.
I mean, definitely shocked in a way. And in other ways, you know, the vice president was given this was a heavy lift for her, having to come in 70 days to try to pull this off after President Biden was forced out of the race by some top-level Democrats. Democrats need to take stock in this. They need to reevaluate how they are running these elections and the pulse of, to something that my colleague just said, the working class people in this country have spoken loudly and clearly. I think my party failed to really paint a picture of what type of vision that they would have, and it was hard for the vice president to do that while also being the vice president for the current administration. The war in Gaza had a lot to do with this. Inflation had a lot to do with this. And in times where my party had the opportunity to really push for higher wages, to increase the federal minimum wage and other things that they could have done to show that they understand the suffering that people were in, they did not do that. And so as we know, last night, people were very tearful. We know that the vice president did not speak last night. She is set to speak today. But Democrats are feeling heavy. I mean, the faithful are feeling heavy. What my challenge is to my party is that the so-called consultants and the people who thought that it was okay for her to be a little Republican light and trance around the country with Senator Liz Cheney, who, by the way, voted almost 100% with President Donald Trump, and to embrace Dick Cheney, her father, endorsement and say that she was honored to do it. When voters have an opportunity to vote for the real thing, meaning if I'm going Republican, I'm going Republican. I'm not going Republican light. And so my party failed to really capture the essence of the suffering of the people in this country. And it's not the faithful. That's who I'm very concerned about, Markey and Blake. I'm concerned about the faithful within the Democratic Party who really feel let down.
Nina, though, this was a question that I had going in. And you could take Donald Trump away from it. You could take Vice President Kamala Harris away from it. My question going into this was simply, if you were the incumbent, if 78% of the country tells you that prices have gone higher than their wages, if 79% of the country tells you that we're on the wrong track, how does the incumbent win at that point in time? And the strategy was for Harris down the line to say, you know what, he's a fascist, he's a bad human, this is bad for the country, when the country was saying, we're going in the wrong direction, we can't afford things, and Democrats seemingly overlooked that.
Blake, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we talk about economists, but economists measure whether or not Wall Street is doing okay. The people who are not doing okay is the big mamas and big papas on Main Street in the communities all across this country. We had the opportunity to talk to many of them. And you cannot say to somebody when they are in pain, you're not in pain. You just don't get it. And that is a lot of what the Democratic grass tops did to the American people. They were playing in their face, telling them that your suffering is not real, and that is not how you win people over. What you could say is that I will do a better job, but you have to recognize people's pain. And as I've traveled the country, people talked a lot about the pain points that they were feeling in their pocketbooks.
Mm-hmm. Bob, I want to piggyback just off of what Blake and Nina were talking about there. And how do you diagnose her loss? Did she bank too much on women and reproductive rights? Did she not tap into the grievances from both sides who have been kind of disenchanted with the last 4 years? I don't think I ever heard her once say, we haven't been perfect, haven't done a lot right. I've been taking notes. This is how I'll course correct. How do you diagnose her loss, Bob?
Well, there were many mistakes. This was a winnable race for Harris. Yes, she had some headwinds, but this was winnable. I never really got a sense of who she was, how she would govern. She didn't let her guard down. She was too cautious. She really had her best moment during the debate with Trump, and then she didn't have a good moment. And honestly, both Biden and Harris, to Nina's point, did not show enough empathy. You've got to have some Bill Clinton, I feel your pain, and Biden was very defensive about inflation, and Harris was less so. But also, I think people vote more for the person and the personality. And whatever you think of Donald Trump, Trump is Trump. He is what you see. And I think a lot of people, she had some momentum early on after she replaced Biden, but then she didn't seal the deal. And a lot of people just didn't get off the couch to go vote for her.
Hey, Bob, real quick before we run here. Hey. Donald Trump, what do you think he does going forward? Because you and I both remember 2016. You and I were both there. He said he was going to repeal and replace Obamacare. It was the first thing that Republicans tried. He said he was going to reform the tax code. It was the second thing that Republicans tried. If they have a full runway, if Republicans are able to win the House, where do you think Donald Trump goes in his first year?
I think a lot of it is going to be immigration focused. Certainly, he's talked about deportations and administrative actions. I think it would be a mistake, and I don't think Republicans are going to go down that Obamacare lane because that did not work for them. They're going to focus on the economy, immigration, extending the tax cuts. And listen, and whether he gets cooperation from Congress, he can do a lot administratively. And as you know, Blake, in 2016, the Trump campaign did not think they were going to win. They were not ready. They didn't have a transition team. Christie was fired. They are ready, and they are going to hit the ground running.
All right, Bob, Nina, Denise, don't go anywhere. Long morning ahead of us here on Morning in America. News Nation's Brooke Schaefer, speaking of Donald Trump and what comes next, has the very latest from the Trump campaign. She is live once again for us early morning at Mar-a-Lago. Good morning, Brooke.
An early windy morning here at Mar-a-Lago, Blake. We know through sources that Trump was glued to the TV last night watching these election results roll in. Campaign sources also telling us they knew the road to the White House ran straight through Pennsylvania. Of course, that ended up being that one that really just set things off for the Trump campaign. Ultimately, though, the Trump campaign arguing that their messaging around the border and immigration really resonated with voters. Trump, in his victory speech, thanking what he called hardworking Americans that he said showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president making that speech early this morning, talking to supporters here in Palm Beach, Florida, around 2:30 Eastern time. He was joined on the stage by some campaign staffers and his family as well. Former First Lady Melania Trump joining him on the stage as well. But Trump, during that speech, really shifting his focus to the future, now calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Trump calling this a political victory this country has never seen before. We know he came back here to his Mar-a-Lago home after making that victory speech here in Palm Beach, Florida. No official plans as of just yet. Marky?
Yeah, big day ahead for his team. Brooke Schaefer, thank you so much from Florida this morning. News Nation's Tom Dempsey has the latest on the Harris campaign from Washington. Tom, good morning to you. I understand you're at Howard University. Kamala Harris HQ this morning. She didn't speak last night, but she's expected to today. What was the mood there at that watch party, and what are we expecting from her?
Hey, good morning, Marky. Well, look, I think the event here at Howard University was somewhat similar to the one in 2016 for Hillary Clinton. Lots of excitement to start the night. And then as those results started to trickle in and indicated some bad news for the Kamala Harris team, the mood very much changed to being much more quiet and solemn, or if you will, here. And so, again, that was a much different tone change as the night went along, as we saw more results coming in. The campaign team for Vice President Kamala Harris saying we can expect a speech from the vice president at some point today. We're standing on the campus of Howard University as a security team does a sweep of the area in preparation for that speech. But crowds began thinning overnight. Vice President Kamala Harris never made an appearance during this event, with the supporters silently watching the state results getting posted. The vice president, like I said, never made an appearance, but during the night, the campaign team tried to highlight things like overperforming turnout in areas like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and North Carolina. But she ended up losing all of those states. Voters shifted red in many places, including in metro areas. Take a look at this map right here. We saw some big shifts in deep blue areas, like in New York City. The vice president got around 600,000 fewer votes than President Biden back in 2020. In Houston, the vice president saw a lead of single-digit percentage points compared to 14 points by President Biden 4 years ago. Cook County in Illinois, home to Chicago, saw a big drop in support for Vice President Harris compared to President Biden, and similar types of stories in areas like Harris County, Texas, home to Houston, Essex County in New Jersey, home to Newark, and the Boston area, and even a smaller drop in Philadelphia. So again, that sort of somewhat helps tell this story about this loss for Vice President Kamala Harris. Sometimes politics can be complex, Markey. Other times it can be simple. We spoke to voters out at the polls in Virginia. The economy really emerged as a top issue on the minds of voters we spoke to, and that was in some of the more liberal areas of Virginia where we were. So again, we're still awaiting this speech from Vice President Kamala Harris and her campaign team, saying it'll come at some point today, Markey.
Yeah, we'll be watching it. Of course, we will take those remarks live once she starts speaking. Tom Dempsey, thank you so much. Yeah, Blake, you and I have been talking about all week. The storyline of who won, who lost has been being written for quite some time. We're getting our final chapters of that book today. The only other person to do this was Grover Cleveland. I mean, this is historic.
I have Democrats saying to me, my gosh, we need to look internally and think about where we are as a party. And you've got Republicans saying, let's look forward and what we're going to do next, as now it appears. We'll see again how the House shakes out.
Yeah.
That Republicans will be controlling this town.
Yeah, we shall wait and see. All right, Blake, I wanted to kind of list off some other races here. Tuesday was history-making down ballot as well, everybody. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Also Brooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Also Brooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. In Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester won her race to become the first woman and first black person to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen there. And Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Wayland III. And in New Jersey, 3-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat there. He now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. We have more new updates from the 2024 election straight ahead.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Donald Trump earlier this morning from West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's bring in the man behind the numbers. Good morning, Scott. Look at that smile. Trainer's been up all night, all morning long. He's ready to go to bed. Thanks for being with us.
24 hours ago, I think today with you. Yeah.
Yeah, there we were 24 hours ago, and here we are. Trainer, all right, so this weekend you go to dinner and someone says to you, hey, Trainer, how did Trump win the presidency? What's your answer?
I say, look, massive popular vote win that translated down to some decisive victories in Georgia, North Carolina. Let me just talk about Georgia for a second. It looks like we're going to see a higher turnout than 2020, which is record-breaking. Good performance in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Look, Harris did what she needed to do in her counties, but Trump just did 4 to 5% more. You know, if you told me the margin that she was going to get in some of these collar counties, I would say, hey, she's got a pretty good shot. She's probably going to win Pennsylvania, and she did it. And Donald Trump just outperformed, especially out in Western Pennsylvania.
Even with her at like 78% or something like that in Philly?
Yeah. Yeah, like look, we're looking at Wisconsin and Michigan as well. There's some Senate candidates. It looks like it's going to be good for McCormick. We'll see what it looks like once we get a little more out of there. It looks like Donald Trump's going to be able to carry some of these Senate candidates across the finish line too. He might be looking at a 53 to 55 seat Senate.
Talk to me. Well, first off, real quick, Michigan, Arizona. What else do you need to see there for it to tip Trump?
Arizona, we got to just get more out of Maricopa, which is, what we say about Arizona every cycle. Michigan, we've got to see a little bit more out of Wayne and Oakland, and a little bit more out of the rules. This is not unexpected. Michigan's going to take a little while longer.
Got it. The House, I believe DDHQ right now has this projected 218 Republican, 217 for the Democrats. When do you think we're going to know who controls the House? Because that's the difference between Trump and Republicans being able to do what they want and not.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to come down to seats like California 22, California 45, a couple in Arizona, which puts this minimum the Thursday, Friday this week, and maybe as late as Sunday, Monday of early next week.
And so should Republicans be celebrating? Should they be cautiously optimistic there on the House front? Where are you?
Yeah, they should be probably a little bit more than cautiously optimistic. If I had $1,000 to bet, be betting $600-700 that the Republicans are going to take the House. And one of the big data points for that is Donald Trump is going to look to have a pretty significant popular vote victory, which is somewhat unexpected, but that'll help carry some of those House seats across the line.
DDHQ model, you guys nailed this thing, right? Pretty close to it.
We nailed it because it was close, and yeah, we gave a slight edge to Trump at the end, and that appeared to have caught the right trend at the end, and we're just happy. We're just happy we were able to provide some good information and some clinical data-driven analysis the last year or so.
There you go. DDHQ, he's Scott Traynor, the data science director, the best in the business. Don't grab a coffee, go grab a pillow. Get some sleep, my man. Catch you soon.
Thank you.
All right, Scott Traynor from DDHQ. Thank you, sir. Morning in America continues on the other side of the break.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
What a night, right? Former President Trump is set to make a return to the White House come January. Decision Desk HQ projecting him the winner of the presidency. And Blake, they predicted that. They projected it an hour before everybody else.
Yeah, sorry if I stepped on you there, Marky. I'm still working on this.
No, it's okay.
Thing.
From afar, it's tricky.
DDHQ ahead of it. I mean, you're exactly right. Look, when you look at the map and how all this shook out, the question was, where would the swing states go and who gets what? It's looking like a clean sweep, Marky, for Donald Trump across the 7 key states. And as he even mentioned there, Marky, you know, this could be the first time, we'll see when it all shakes out, this could be the first time that the Republican wins the popular vote since George W. Bush 20 years ago in 2004, Marky.
Yeah, we'll see if that popular vote holds too. But yeah, Electoral College, popular vote, could be a clean sweep.
Yep, indeed.
Big
Part
night,
of the story.
big morning for Republicans.
Indeed, indeed. Part of the story this morning. All right, joining us now is Republican strategist Denise Gitsham, back with us. She's been here all night. So too is Kurt Bardella, Democratic strategist, both News Nation contributor. Hello to you both.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. So Trump presidency, Republicans, Senate. Scott Traynor says Democrats, or Republicans, excuse me, in the House should be more than cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
What comes next as you see it?
You know, Trump is so magnanimous when he's in a position of victory, when the wheels are sort of greased and he's able to get things done. So what I think you're going to see is probably the best of Trump in the White House, if that ends up being the scenario. You're going to see someone who actually is going to reach out to those that opposed him in the past, as opposed to somebody who's hunkered down in a combative mode where he feels like his hands are tied. That's usually when his lesser angels maybe show up. And so I actually have a lot of hope for what this country can do to undo a lot of the damage that most Americans said was done, as evidenced by this clean sweep.
What comes next?
Get ready for a healthy dose of our favorite parlor game in Washington, Democrats in disarray, because that's what we're going to have a lot of. They should be waking up right now doing a lot of soul searching, because there's not a lot they can hang their head on in terms of how this campaign went. When you lose virtually every demographic, every key swing vote that you needed to win, it is a repudiation of everything that you've been doing over the last 2 years.
Why do you think that happened?
I think the number one reason is they have never had a vocabulary for the economy. And I say the pivotal moment in this election to me, when Democrats lost, is when the word Bidenomics didn't take off and equal that economic. They went all in on the idea that Bidenomics would be the thing that they can talk about the economy for the next 2 years, and it wasn't, and they never recovered.
Was the pivotal moment when Joe Biden said, I'm in?
What should have happened is, after the red wave didn't happen after the 2022 midterms, Biden should have said, okay, I'm out, and given the Democrats a 2-year runway to get to this point.
What happens with your party next?
Well, we're going to have some who are going to idiotically say, well, we need to be more left than we were, because clearly that has swept the nation by storm.
That is one of the remarkable things of this election. You look at New York City, just go to the biggest cities all across the country, and you've got a shift to the right. This is coming out of the first, we talked about the first election post-Dobbs. This is really also the first election post-COVID, and what the country saw during that, and there was a big move to the left, right? And the left felt sort of empowered in 2021 and 2020 after President Biden won, and this is the first election after that. And what we've seen, Kurt, in many of these big cities is you've got to move to the right. I mean, I know we focus on the swing states, but there's a much bigger picture here.
You look at states that are generally comfortably Democrat, and they moved to the right between 7 and 12 points. And that's pretty sizable. And that tells you there's something deeper going on than just, oh, we didn't appeal to this one box of voters over here in swing state A or swing state B. There is a systemic problem, a branding problem, messaging problem, and a policy problem that Democrats need to confront head on. They can't hide from this. And if they don't, if they do, they'll lose more elections.
Let me ask you this, because you're going to have a tight margin in the House, comfortable margin in the Senate. I remember the first thing being at the White House in 2017 was repeal and replace Obamacare. John McCain went this, right? And my point is, there's a very narrow margin, we believe, in the House. So what gives you confidence that Republicans can get their act together
That's a great question.
and execute on what Trump wants them to execute on?
What gives me confidence is that all Republicans in the House, and I believe most of them in the Senate, are very much feel beholden to Donald Trump. Like, he is whatever you feel about him, Donald Trump is a leader. And I have seen time and again the unwieldy elements of our party come together under Donald Trump's leadership, mostly because they're afraid to step out of it. And he has a very tight control on the fundraising, on every part of our party, specifically fundraising, which is where all of them get their campaign coffers filled. And so that power of that purse, the ability to be that brand for the Republican Party, is going to keep those who might want to veer away on track.
That one vote motion to vacate threshold could be a real pain in their butt if the margins are this close in the House.
Yeah, that's for the Speaker of the House.
Maybe.
Yeah, and we'll see if they change the rules and all that.
I mean, he did give Mike Johnson a props.
They should change that rule if they want.
Some of what we're looking forward to and part of the conversation. All right, Kurt, Denise, don't go to bed just yet. Later here in the show. Morning in America continues. We are breaking it all down. What is next for the United States of America?
Welcome back, everybody. 15 minutes to the top of the hour here. Republicans were the big winner on Election Day, but Democrats didn't walk away empty-handed. Voters in several states, stretching from Arizona to Maryland, enshrining abortion rights into their state constitutions. Alex Capriello is here to dive into those tallies. You know, Alex, we were all fascinated about how the women were going to show up to play yesterday. For abortion. You know, Harris, that was the crux of her campaign. She banked on it. It wasn't a clean sweep nationwide.
No, in total, we had 10 states that had some form of abortion measure on the ballot for voters yesterday. Now, you may see other outlets out there call some of these states, but we're sticking with our partners at Decision Desk HQ. So let's look at how those states actually broke down. First and foremost, measures on expanding abortion access. So far, Arizona, the only state to actually establish the fundamentals of Roe into the state law and constitution. We have two states that are still too close to call, South Dakota and Missouri, although our friends at DDHQ says South Dakota will likely fail. Missouri will likely pass. As for Florida, this is the only state that failed outright, despite receiving a majority of voter approval. You may be wondering, how can the state of Florida have a majority voter approval but still fail? Well, specifically here in Florida, you need a supermajority, 60%. You can see the yes approval rating, 57.2, failing to reach that 60% threshold. Okay, on to measures on maintaining abortion access, looking at 5 states here. Nevada, Colorado, Maryland, all passing. Montana and New York still too close to call, according to DDHQ, but those will be coming in shortly and also expected to pass as well. On to our final holdout, we're looking at Nebraska. 2 competing initiatives here, 439 first, which establishes a constitutional right to abortion, and also 434, banning abortion after the first trimester. We're seeing a deadlock here on 439 at 50%. As for 434, a higher approval rating from Nebraska voters, almost 54%. Basically, if both of these were to pass, the law of the land, according to the Secretary of State, is the one with the higher voter approval. If these numbers hold out, that's going to be 434. Keep in mind, still 75% estimated reporting, something we're going to keep an eye on all morning long.
Yeah, a lot of different issues to break down here in the coming hours and days. Alex, thank you so much. Stick with us, everybody. I'm bringing back Bob Cusack up next, editor-in-chief of The Hill, for his latest insights. More news for All America straight ahead. We are now awaiting reaction this morning from Vice President Harris and President Biden after President Trump is projected to win the presidency for a second time, a result to an election that many thought would drag on for days and days on end. Well, just hours ago, projected President-elect Trump telling supporters they've been given, quote, an unprecedented mandate, pointing to Republicans also retaking the Senate. Vice President Harris did not speak to supporters at her watch party in D.C. prior to Decision Desk HQ calling the race. Bob Cusack, editor-in-chief for TheHill.com, is back with me this morning. Bob, did you sleep at all last night? How many hours are we working with here?
We're talking 0 at the moment.
Big old fat goose egg. You know, I just mentioned we're expecting to hear from her today. Were you surprised that we didn't hear from her? I know her HQ was Howard University. Were you surprised we didn't hear from her last night?
Marky, I was. And honestly, I think it was fairly weak that she didn't come out. She didn't have to concede, but she could have at least addressed her supporters who wanted to hear from her. Very similar to what Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Did not address her supporters at the Javits Center, had sent out John Podesta. Tonight it was Cedric Richmond. And listen, I know she's probably gonna be gracious tomorrow and concede. But also remember, Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump on Election Day. Okay, so she didn't address her supporters, but she called Trump on Election night and congratulated him. Trump made no mention of that, so I don't think a call was made tonight. Obviously, she's going to have to make a call tomorrow.
Do you think when she eventually takes that lectern, whenever that happens today, do you think we'll be offered any self-diagnosis from her about what went wrong, what she could have done differently? What do you think that message is going to sound like?
I don't think so. I don't think she's going to do kind of a Democratic autopsy after this devastating election for the party. I think she's going to thank her supporters and that they left it all out in the field. They tried as hard as they can. But listen, I mean, this was a winnable election for both sides. Trump ran a better campaign. I thought Harris closed stronger than Trump, but maybe the damage was already done because she had many missteps. And honestly, I still can't believe that she did not have a clear answer when asked repeatedly how she is different than Joe Biden and his unpopular policies. It's just, that was really a head scratcher.
And yeah, you take me to my next point when you say that. I mean, on The View, sitting at that round table, they asked her point blank, would you have done anything differently? And she said no. Was that the nail in the coffin for her?
I think it was part of it. There's no doubt about it. But also, I think she was way too cautious, relied way too much on talking points. I thought, Trump is someone who you can love him or hate him, but he is who he is. And honestly, I think America over the last 4 years didn't really get a sense of who Harris was as VP. And as the nominee, I think she had some momentum after the debate, and then she just never sealed the deal. And that was also part of the problem.
Yeah. Really quickly, I have about 30 seconds left. What does your crystal ball tell you in terms of January inauguration? Do we see President Biden invite Trump to the White House, as is tradition for outgoing and incoming presidents to do?
I hope so. I mean, listen, I think Trump should have gone to Biden's inauguration. Right. But it's going to, I mean, think about inauguration. You're going to have Biden, you're going to have the Obamas, you're going to have Harris. You may have Elon Musk, you may have Joe Rogan there. You could have Hulk Hogan there. It's going to be entertaining and a little awkward for Democrats, without a doubt.
Yeah, even parts of that speech tonight, Dana White, giving a shout out to Joe Rogan, Bryson DeChambeau. It'll be interesting to see how it all shapes up. Bob Cusack, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you so much. We are keeping a close eye on election results across the country all morning long, looking at President Trump as the projected winner of the U.S. presidency. More election results and news for all America up next.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
Donald J. Trump declaring victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him to win the 2024 presidency. I'm Marky Martin, joined by our chief Washington correspondent and moderator of The Hill, Blake Berman. You are watching Morning in America's special election coverage right here on News Nation. Let's crunch some numbers, everybody. Take a look at the electoral vote count. He won 286 electoral votes to her 226. Of course, as we all know, 270. That's the magic number. That's what was needed to claim victory. Decision Desk HQ was the first network to project the presidency for Donald Trump. This historic election making headlines now across the country. I'm joined by Blake all week long here. Blake, this story was going to be extraordinary no matter which way it came down, right? It was either going to be the first woman in the White House or the comeback kid in Donald Trump. And we got the latter.
We got the latter. I was just looking at the map here, Marky. We've been sort of, or at least I've sort of been hardwired to focus on the 7 swing states, right? But I just want you to look at something real quick. The Northeast, basically all blue. The West Coast, basically all blue. And then look everywhere in between, not everywhere, for the most part in between.
Yeah, that's
you got a
red.
lot of red there, that block of red. And I think one of the stories coming out of this, as Donald Trump acknowledges last night, he might win the popular vote, at least it's looking like that, is the shift to the right. Not just in rural parts of this country or in some parts of this country, but we're seeing it in some of the major cities in this country as well. And that is part, the biggest cities, largest cities by population, that is part of the story as well. Let me just sort of take you through.
So is it the rural people who came to play and kind of duke it out with urban cities?
Yeah, Trump's numbers, Trump's folks, the folks that he needed to get out, came out. That's part of the story. Like, let me show you here in Georgia, for example. Here's the historical comparison and what happened this go around compared to 2020. So you see what happened here, right? In Georgia, Trump gained and the Democratic nominee had a pullback. Let me take you into Atlanta, into Fulton County here, I believe, DeKalb County, excuse me. Again, you know, VP Harris hit 81%, but that's a pullback in the biggest area, metro area of Georgia. Look at what Trump did. He gained there, right? And we're seeing this in a lot of the cities and a lot of these swing states all over.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, you know, Georgia, Blake, was a flip-flopper, went to Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. Did they have buyer's remorse from the last 4 years? I'm curious what the exit polls will say there as to why they went back to Trump this time around.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that we're going to be looking at. I mean, look, they had this low propensity voter strategy the Trump team did. Just give me a second here, Marky, because I'm trying to tick through some states. There we are. I want to bring you over to North Carolina real quick and just show you what's going on. But yeah, that's part of the strategy for the Trump team was to turn out what's known as low propensity voters. Basically, in the last 4 elections, folks who didn't vote at all or only voted in one election. Give you, for example, here what happened in North Carolina. Here's the historical comparison of what happened in the Tar Heel state. All right, so you see in 2020, Trump again, he hit 51.1, or at least that's the percentage now, and a pullback there on the Democratic side. So that's just some of what we're seeing in some of these states, but it's really part of the theme, Marky, that we're seeing, at least in the 7 key swing states and really across the country as well.
Yeah, I mean, just wild what's happened overnight. Let's bring in our panel now. We have Mick Mulvaney, who is White House Chief of Staff in the Trump administration, Denise Grace Gitsham, who is a Republican congressional candidate. Both are News Nation political contributors, and Democratic strategist Brad Howard. Good morning to everybody here. Mick, let me start with you. You were one of the first people I thought of this morning when I woke up, saw the results coming in. I was like, I got to get in his brain. I mean, this must take you back. Your reaction this morning, just based on what you're seeing.
Yeah, my reaction is I really hope my wife is not watching the introduction. Thank you, Marky. Look, we saw it last night. We were talking about it here before the show. There was signs of some weakness early. Kamala Harris was underperforming statewide Democrats in a variety of states. Virginia, Ohio, most notably North Carolina. There are down-ballot Democrats this morning in North Carolina who would have beaten Donald Trump yesterday. We talked yesterday on the show about whether or not Kamala Harris was reaching out to Republicans who have always voted Republican, and she needed them to vote Democrat. They didn't do that. She only got them halfway. She got them not to vote for Donald Trump, but she didn't get them to vote for her. And that was the margin in just about every single one of the swing states, and in fact, other states. She won Virginia by 5 points. Joe Biden won that state by 10 or 12 4 years ago.
Brad, we had here on the show yesterday the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and I asked both the RNC head and the DNC head, essentially, why are you bullish about your chances going forward? Here's what Jamie Harrison said. We knocked on 2,000 doors a minute. 2,000 doors a minute. The RNC ground game in Pennsylvania is pathetic. And you got to wonder, Brad, did this have nothing to do with the ground game? And did it instead have to do with the candidates on both sides?
No, I'm actually concerned what the numbers would look like if we didn't have a ground game, because I think it would have been a much worse night for Democrats across the country, and I think we would have for sure have lost the House. I think the ground game, helped stem some of that tide last night. But I think to your point, in regards to when you go after low propensity voters, you think these are voters that don't often vote, but they're definitely going to vote for you. So how do you get them out to vote? If you don't have a ground game, you do what Trump did over the last 2 years. You give them a reason to vote. You fire them up. You focus on cultural issues. You tell them how the deck is stacked against you, and I'm going to fight for you. They, them, I'm with you. That type of stuff resonated and motivated a base that really didn't need a ground game, it turns out.
Denise, let me also piggyback off that and just kind of where the Democratic Party goes from here. Our colleague Chris Stirewalt last night was saying that, and early this morning, really, there's now going to be this civil war playing out within the Democratic Party. A lot of finger pointing. What are we doing wrong? Policy, people. Where do they go from here? What are we about to see?
Well, there's going to be this tug of war within the Democratic Party. One side is going to say she didn't go far enough left. And the other's going to say, look at where the trends are, because everyone's talking about how things shift to the right. And I understand why it looks like that. But I think if you really look at what happened, it wasn't so much that the populists went to the right. I think that the right stayed in common sense. Trump just had to stand there. The Democrats chose the second most progressive senator as the top of their ticket with an even more progressive governor. Nobody wanted the things. The majority of Americans didn't want the things that she and Walz stood for. And so I think that's really where they missed the mark as Democrats. And I think Brad, as a blue dog, understands this better than most. But if they start listening to people like Brad and start seeing that that actually gave Trump a lot of room to moderate, because they went so far to the left that Trump was able to take things off the plate that have been traditional conservative values like abortion. Yeah. You know, that issue he was able to moderate on because they gave him so much wiggle room. And honestly, what Republicans stood for was common sense. Solid borders, strong borders, restoring justice to our immigration system, you know, cracking down on crime. And so that Americans feel safe and being strong, you know, just generally having a projection of strength.
Denise, I've got both Brad and Mick here shaking their head no, I think. Why?
Well, I'll say first that I think when you saw the issues that Democrats stand for, paid leave, abortion access, they generally pass on the ballot last night in even the most Republican states. So there were voters that went out there and voted for what we consider Democratic policies and then voted against the Democratic Party. That tells me that that's a party brand issue. That tells me that people think the Democratic Party is not aligned with their values. And how do we fix that? We've got to deal with these cultural issues. We've got to talk to voters. We've got to bring more people into the party that don't have a college degree, that are from rural areas. And if we don't, we're going to keep making this mistake.
And it struck me that it wasn't the policies that hurt her. It was the fact they didn't know about her policies. Again, Democrats did well last night down ballot. Democrats did okay in a bunch of the Senate races. Now, they lost Ohio. They lost Montana. They lost some of the races that we expected them to lose. But if you look at other states, they did okay. It's not the policies, I think, that was driving people away, with the possible exception of the culture. I think the DEI, men playing in boy and girls sports, that kind of stuff, that's a problem. Her problem, I think, was her. I don't think it was the Democrat brand last night. It's not a wholesale rejection of the Democrat brand. Otherwise, you'd see a red wave in the House, which you did not see. I think she did a lousy job of explaining to people who she was. And by the way, her leadership is to blame for that because they picked her so late to be the nominee.
I would argue she is the brand, but yeah.
Hey, Mick, Denise, Brad, stand by. I want to come back to y'all in just a little bit. We got to hit some correspondents first who are in some of these key places and get their take and their live reporting this morning. NewsNation's Brooke Schaefer has the latest from the Trump campaign at Mar-a-Lago this morning. Brooke, good morning to you. A long night for you as well. What's the campaign pointing to as the keys to victory this morning?
Well, Marky, it was also a long night for the Trump campaign as well. A source telling us that Trump was glued to his TV watching the election results roll in here at his Mar-a-Lago home. A campaign source telling us they were keenly focused, as a lot of us were, on Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign knew that the road to the White House ran through Pennsylvania. Ultimately, though, the Trump campaign arguing that their messaging around the border and inflation is what really resonated with voters. Trump, in his victory speech early this morning in Palm Beach, thanking what he called those hardworking Americans who he says showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Trump making that speech to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida, early this morning around 2:30 a.m. Campaign staffers and his family joining him on stage. Trump calling this a political victory the country has never seen before, while also in that speech shifting his focus to the future, calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Now, we know that Trump came back here to Mar-a-Lago after making that speech not far away here in Palm Beach, Florida. As of right now, no official schedule for him about what could be on tap later today. Blake.
Brooke, live once again for us this morning. Brooke Schaefer in Florida. Brooke, thanks so much. NewsNation's Tom Dempsey now has the very latest on the other side of the aisle. The Harris campaign waking up this morning with lots of questions here in our nation's capital. Tom?
Absolutely. Good morning, Blake. A much different feeling, as you can imagine, for the campaign team for Vice President Kamala Harris, who says she will speak some point today about these election results. But, Blake, we're here at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, and they hoped that this would be a victory party last night for them, but it ended up being something much different for them. I think you can kind of compare it to the 2016 gathering for Hillary Clinton. The crowd was very excited here at first, but as those results continued to trickle in, the crowd got quieter and quieter, even subdued at times. Obviously the disappointment very easily felt inside that venue. Security team is doing a sweep right now, getting set for this speech from the vice president later today. But crowds began thinning out overnight with supporters silent, watching those state results getting posted. The vice president never made an appearance, but during the night, the campaign team tried to highlight things like overperforming turnout in areas like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and North Carolina. This morning, though, of course, we know she ended up losing all of those states. Voters shifted red in many places, including in metro areas. We saw some big shifts in deep blue areas. In New York City in particular, the vice president got around 600,000 fewer votes than President Biden back in 2020. In Houston, the vice president saw a lead of single-digit percentage points compared to 14 points by President Biden 4 years ago. Cook County in Illinois, home to Chicago, saw a big drop in support for Vice President Harris compared to President Biden. Similar types of stories in areas like Harris County, Texas, home to Houston, Essex County in New Jersey, home to Newark, the Boston area, and even a smaller drop in Philadelphia. So again, I think that's going to be something that's narrowed in on by the Democratic Party. And Blake, we were in Virginia yesterday at one of the polling spots in Arlington. One of the top issues, the top issue, I believe, we heard from voters there was the economy. Sometimes the politics can be complex. Other times it can be simple. And we kept hearing voters talking about the economy. So again, I think when Democrats look at the strategies and stuff, I think the economy is going to be one of those very top issues they narrow in on.
All right, Tom Dempsey live in Washington this morning. Thank you so much. Let's bring back our panel, everybody. Denise, Brad, Mick, welcome back. Thanks for standing by. Mick, I just keep thinking, looking forward now, he will be sworn in. Trump will be sworn in come January. You've worked with him before. He was your former boss. What do you hope to see him repeat? What do you hope to see him do differently this time around?
Yeah, the way I describe it to people, Marky, is that what they liked about Donald, if you liked something about Donald Trump in the first term, you're going to like it even more. If you didn't like something about Donald Trump, you're going to like it even less in the second term. And that's because he's ready this time. I mean, let's be candid with each other. He didn't expect to win in 2017. It took them as somewhat of a surprise, and they hadn't done all of the work for a transition. They've done all that this time. He has a cabinet in mind, or at least he's got lists and so forth. They have been working on policies. They've been working critically on executive orders. He's going to hit the ground running. So Trump 2.0 is going to be Trump 1.0 on steroids.
Marky, it's a great question. I want to stick with Mick here for a second. because after all, Mick was Donald Trump's chief of staff.
Right.
And Mick knows it's great that you started there, Marky. Let's stick with Mick. Mick, you remember the cadence in 2017. You were at CFPB, I believe, at the time. It was try to overturn Obamacare, taxes, and then infrastructure, right? What do you think, Mick, that the cadence is going to be for Donald Trump and Republicans in 2025?
All White Houses can walk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, they're going to have a priority, but they'll be doing 3 or 4 different things, possibly even more. So you're going to have a team working on immigration. You're going to have a team working on the economy. But my guess is that the first priority with this new legislative body, with the new House and the Senate, is going to be the extension of the Trump tax cuts. That's going to get all of the attention, just as the attempt to repeal Obamacare did back in 2017. This is going to be the legislative priority on day one because it's the Trump tax cuts.
Denise, let me ask you this, just because you and I are the lone 2 females here on the panel. How much of a Harris loss is that the country is not ready for its first female president? Does that play a role at all?
You know, I think that what we were talking about earlier, which my 2 esteemed colleagues disagreed with me on so much, all they kept pointing to was sort of the failures of this candidate, the flaws. You know, I think that America is ready for a woman as a president. I think they're ready for a woman leader at all levels of government. I think she was the wrong woman, and I always hate it when they pick the wrong one because I feel like it sets us back so much. Yeah. When in fact, I think that any woman who doesn't waffle when answering questions, who's able to look the American people directly in the eyes and tell them what she stands for with conviction, could be persuadable and could persuade the voters if they weren't already inclined to vote for her. So I just really reject the notion that this was like a female thing. It's just a bad candidate, period.
See, Denise is absolutely right that time. She was wrong last time. She's absolutely right that time.
Finally, the woman gets it Denise.
Right. Hey, Mark, I want to pull something up real quick, if you don't mind, and to the crew, if you can go to the iPad real quick. On the Wisconsin, on the Senate race in the state of Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin is the incumbent Democrat, and she has just come out. She has, I stressed, said that she's won the race. But here's what I want to focus on. So look at that top number there, 49.2% for the Democratic incumbent in the Senate, okay? Now I'm going to go over to what happened in the presidential race there in the state of Wisconsin. I just told you again, 49.2. All right, look at what happened with VP Harris, 48.6. It might not seem like a lot, but that's a half a point shift. And I think, Mick, that's part of the point that you've been hammering home today.
Yeah, and I did want to, Denise, I wasn't disagreeing with you in terms of the policies of the Democrat Party. What I was saying is she wasn't the right person to carry the message. She could have won on those policies if she had been a better candidate. And she's underperformed Democrats across the board. So there's Democrats all waking up this morning going, you know, I did okay. What happened at the top of the ticket? It is very rare, by the way, for the top of the ticket to be outperformed by folks lower down, but it happened in state after state last night to Kamala Harris.
Guys, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll check with you in just a few minutes. Denise Gisham, Brad Howard, Mick Mulvaney, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Tuesday was history-making, down ballot as well. That's what we've been talking about. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Also Brooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Also Brooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. In Delaware, let's look there now. Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester won her race to become the first woman and first black person to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen there. Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress. Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Wayland III. And in New Jersey, 3-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat. He now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. We have more new updates from the 2024 election straight ahead.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
I know a lot of you just now waking up this morning after a long night, a wild night after Donald Trump was elected the 47th president of the United States. Alex Capriello is back with some of the social media reaction that's just pouring in to DDHQ projecting him as the winner. I was also thinking about all the A-listers. I mean, Harris had an army of them behind her, and it didn't do it for her.
Yeah, it didn't pan out for her. In a lot of ways, the final days of this campaign was all about the power of the celebrity endorsement. So far this morning, we're hearing more from one side than the other. It's essentially a victory lap for those who stuck out their neck for Donald Trump, most notably perhaps Elon Musk. On his own platform X, Elon Musk has been sounding off, first writing game, set, match, then sharing this picture with the presumed presidential winner alongside another fervent supporter, UFC President Dana White, writing, "The future is going to be so fire." Musk says the people of America gave Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change. Podcaster Joe Rogan showed off his immediate reaction to watching the presidential results pour in. Take a look at this. That sounds like Joe Rogan, doesn't it? He's credited with helping Trump reach a younger target audience of first-time voters. Comedian Theo Vaughn also brought the former president onto his platform and thanked both him and Dana White for doing so, writing, "Thanks for helping podcasts contribute to the political landscape." Trump also received a ton of attention from Gen Z through his podcasting and social media appearances with the Nelk Boys. That's a young group of MAGA men with an Instagram reach of 4.2 million followers. They wrote, "To think that they," meaning the Harris campaign, "had Beyonce, Eminem, LeBron, Taylor Swift, and so many others, and they still lost. The people have spoken." As for the team Harris's star power, well, as you can expect, it's a lot quieter this morning. Mark Cuban, he's an adamant supporter for Kamala Harris, who appeared in NewsNation's town hall just last week. He wrote, "Congrats, Donald Trump. You won fair and square." Marky, we're going to continue looking for more reactions from America's most influential voices throughout the course of the morning. We'll bring you updates along the way.
Yeah, that Cuban tweet was one of the first I saw this morning. I thought it was stunning to read out loud, especially after all the media circuits, what he said about him.
He's been there supporting Kamala Harris every step of the way. We were very lucky and fortunate to have him join our town hall last week. He stuck out his neck for Kamala Harris, and it's good to see him actually, you know, showing respect to the former president now at this time.
Absolutely. It feels refreshing. Yeah. You mentioned Elon Musk, too. Tesla stock up 14% right now.
There you go.
Just after the news, everybody. Alex, thank you. We have more election updates and news for all America right on the other side of this very quick break. Stick with us.
American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
Former President Trump appears set to make a return to the White House come January. Decision Desk HQ projecting him the winner of the presidency. And thanks to DDHQ, Blake, News Nation made us the first TV network to call it this morning.
You know, I'm lucky enough to do television with Scott Tranter, the data science director at DDHQ. Marky, you know, I've been doing stuff with him for months. They are awesome.
They're awesome.
They were on
Brilliant.
it. They were ahead of it. And you know, this morning, I don't know, were you following the percentage probability live last night?
Yes, as it was changing. And I thought of everybody else tuning in saying, okay, what do I make of this? Especially those who don't live in the weeds, because it was changing by the minute.
It was indeed. We have a map real quick, or a look at the electoral votes for each president, or for both candidates here. Here's where we stand at this moment. Michigan and Arizona are outstanding, but you see there, Donald Trump making it to 286, and that number could climb. All right, let's bring in now May Mailman, who is a attorney in the Trump White House, and Nina Turner, former Democratic Ohio State Senator. Hello to you both. Nina, welcome back. May, good morning. Nice to speak with you as always. I haven't heard from you yet, May. Your first observations are what?
What a great day. I guess my observations are this is a huge shift in the Republican Party, and I don't know what the Democrats are going to do about it, because yes, abortion is motivating. A lot of abortion amendments passed in these states, not all of them, but most of them, and yet it wasn't enough. That issue was not enough to win the presidency. And so what are the other issues? Because Trump ran as a true moderate on a lot of other issues. And this feels durable to me. And that's, I think, what's most exciting.
You know, Nina, to that point, May, I believe, lives in Ohio or recently lived in Ohio. I'm from Florida, and I'm looking at those two states. Nina, Florida went 56% Republican for Trump last night. Ohio is at 55% for Trump. And we've seen this move in some of the major metropolitan cities in this country with shifts to the right. I mean, I'm looking New York City was a move of 16 points. Harris County, Houston, a move of 9. New Jersey, Essex County, a move of 12. Cook County, that's Chicago, a move of 24. Boston, a move of 8. Philly, a move of 7. Is there a much bigger story here, Nina, well beyond the swing states?
Oh, absolutely, Blake. And the Democratic Party, when you're asking what are they going to do, what should they do, a lot of soul searching here and figure out what happened. I mean, my home state of Florida, or excuse me, not my home state, your home state of Florida and my home state of Ohio, no surprise there. Ohio went for President Donald J. Trump twice, and is still that state that went for President Obama twice as well. Yep. But pain moves people, and as we talked in an earlier segment, Blake, that is what the Democratic Party underestimated, the true pain that people, working class people, are and were feeling in this country. And you can't simply ignore it to say I'm running for office and paint a rosy picture. And so it is my sincere hope that real soul searching happens and not the vilification of the voters who decided that they wanted to vote another way.
Yeah, let's stick in Ohio for a second. And in the control room, if you could pop up the iPad. Because, Nina, again, as I mentioned, deep red now at the presidential level. The country just elected J.D. Vance as its next vice president. And look at what I just put up on the screen there. That's the Sherrod Brown race. I mean, right now, and it's been called for Bernie Moreno by DDHQ, Brown's going to lose that thing potentially by 4 points. What's going on in the Buckeye State, Nina?
I know, Blake. I mean, I'm sighing deeply on that. My Republican colleagues got that supermajority.
May's gonna spike the football. I know, but I'm wondering what you make of it.
I mean, again, pain motivates people, and the Democrats did not recognize that pain. And it also shows that former President Donald J. Trump, now President-elect Trump, had coattails, and those coattails helped Bernie Moreno win the Senate in the great state of Ohio. So they got it all, Blake. I mean, they got the legislature, they got all the constitutional offices, and now the Republicans, let me not just say they, now the Republicans have the U.S. Senate as well.
May, let me give you a very quick last word here.
Yeah, now it's time, I think, for Republicans to actually do something. So I was there when we had the presidency, the Senate, and the House working for Trump, and the only thing we did during that time was pass a tax cut that expires. So I think that there's an opportunity here to actually secure the border to do some of these big promises that Trump has made.
Okay. Nina, May, thanks for waking up with us this morning. Appreciate you both. Thank you. News for all America here on Morning in America continues on the other side of the break. Taking a live look at a Senate race out west. Democratic incumbent Jackie Rosen in Nevada trying to fend off a challenge from the Republican Sam Brown. Another race that we are watching. In California, Congressman Adam Schiff looks set to move from the House over to the Senate. Schiff projected to win the Senate race there and keep that seat blue. And Donald Trump this morning celebrating his political comeback. DDHQ projecting him as the winner, don't you know, of the presidential election. News for all America here on Morning in America continues.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, and a protein blend to feed muscles up to 7 hours.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon.
What about Africa? Safari?
Hot air balloon rides.
Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari?
Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment?
On a ranch?
In Montana?
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
Wow is on sale now at Cabinets to Go.
It's our buy one, get one free sale. Get your dream kitchen for as low as just $155 per month. Hurry, this buy one, get one free sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Still have symptoms from moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease after a TNF blocker like Humira or Remicade? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when my doctor saw damage, Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Here's what certified home inspectors are saying about RoofMax.
For a roof that hasn't been treated with the RoofMax product,
It's very dry, brittle, and you see flaps broken off all over the place and onto the ground. With a Roof Max product, it's more pliable, flexible.
I've seen some treatments on some houses that we've inspected that had 2 or 3 years life remaining. Came back 24 hours later. It actually bends like it should have when it was first installed. Take my word for it, it does work.
Welcome back, everybody. About 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Reproductive rights were on the ballots in several states across America. Voters in 10 states, stretching from Arizona all the way to New York, deciding on measures to enshrine abortion rights into their constitutions. Alex Capriello is here to dive into those tallies. And Alex, as you and I have been talking, abortion was really that crux campaign issue that Harris was hoping that the majority of women and the majority of the electorate would hang their hat on. And it wasn't a clean sweep nationwide.
No, it wasn't, and we did know that it was one of the top issues for voters, and we saw people actually show out depending on the state and depending on the outcome. Here's that list of the 10 states that had some form of measure, amendment, or initiative on the ballot for voters yesterday. Overall, we need to remind folks that these are Decision Desk HQ results. You may see other outlets calling it, but this is what we are partnering with and what we're showing you today. Measures on expanding abortion access. Arizona is the only one to pass it outright, essentially codifying Roe into state law. We have 2 states that are still too close to call, South Dakota and Missouri. South Dakota, though, expected to fail. Florida is the only one at this point Decision Desk HQ says will fail despite receiving a majority of Florida voters' approval. Interesting, right? How do Florida voters approve a measure, but it's still not passed? Well, that's because in the state of Florida specifically, they require a supermajority of 60%. We're seeing an approval rating of 57%, so it's not going to make that 60% threshold. Measures on maintaining abortion access, we're looking at 5 states here. Nevada, Colorado, and Maryland. Nevada, one of those battleground states that we're talking about. Those all have been approved. Montana, New York, still too close to call. We have one final state to look at. This is the state of Nebraska. 2 competing initiatives here, Marky. Initiative 439, which essentially constitutional right to abortion, and Initiative 434 bans abortion after first trimester. This is that neck and neck that we're seeing 50% apiece for 439, a higher approval rating for 434 at 54%. If both of these were to receive majority approval, meaning both of them looks like they're going to pass, well, the one that has the higher approval rating would actually be the one that goes into law. At this point, if these numbers hold up, that's 434. But again, a caveat, 75%. Estimated votes reporting. We're going to keep an eye on that remaining 25%, see if that shifts the balance for these numbers throughout the course of the morning.
Yeah, and in the hours and days to come, of course, sift through some of those exit polls, too. What ended up motivating people to go to the polls and their election sites this time around. Alex, thank you so much. Stick with us, everybody. More election updates right on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. On this Wednesday morning, we are now awaiting reaction today from Vice President Harris and also President Biden after President Trump is projected to win the presidency for a second time. A result to an election that many thought would drag on for days and days on end. And it was decided quickly. Just hours ago, projected President-elect Trump telling supporters they've been given an unprecedented date, pointing to Republicans also retaking the Senate. Vice President Harris did not speak to supporters at her watch party in D.C. prior to Decision Desk HQ calling the race. Back now, I have Bob Cusack, editor-in-chief of TheHill.com, and Democratic strategist and News Nation contributor Kurt Bardella. Gentlemen, thanks for being with me once again this morning. Pulling an all-nighter, I am sure. Kurt, let me start with you, just because you and I haven't chatted yet this morning. We can get into the nitty-gritty in just a second, but just a vibe check from you. I know you proudly voted for Harris, so you represent millions of people who did the same thing, right? And millions of people who are waking up this morning who are devastated. How are you feeling, and what are you watching now?
Well, if anything, I'm feeling sleep-deprived because I've been here since midnight. But putting that aside, I think this is a reality check for the Democratic Party, that this should be a wake-up call. I don't think that waking up feeling despondent or dejected or demoralized is really the right path. I'm a fighter by nature, and I believe that when something like this happens, you have 2 choices. You can either retreat and withdraw, or you can wake up and you can hear what's been said and recalibrate. Donald Trump, the Republican Party, have a very clear mandate on all cards. Democrats lost ground in almost every meaningful demographic that you could pursue in a national election. So that should tell you something. That should inform you that you didn't cut through with your messaging, that the idea that telling people who disagree with you, you are racist, xenophobic, sexist. Even if you believe that's true, maybe that's not the right way to go if you want to try to win votes and change hearts and minds. And moreover, maybe spend a little less time talking about things that affect a very small group of people and focus on the big things that affect a lot of people, like the economy, like inflation. I remember right after the first presidential debate, Blake Berman and I were talking on the Hill, that one thing that we didn't hear enough about was education, something that affects every parent and every child. The fact that Democrats didn't talk about those things in this election is one of the reasons why I think they lost.
Yeah. How about your country music playlist this morning, Kurt? You listening to anything in particular to get you through these hours?
I think there's a song by Eric Church called "Drink in My Hand" that comes to mind right now.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I love it. I love it. Bob, you know, whoever was going to win this in the end was going to be at the helm of a very divided country. Global turmoil. You have the war in Israel, the war in Ukraine. Talk to me about Trump's readiness for this moment and what you hope to see and also expect to see from him in a second term.
Well, Mark, I mean, he's been on the job, obviously, was president for 4 years. So that's something to consider. And listen, in 2016, the Trump campaign did not think it was going to win. And they were not ready to hit the ground running. They have their team in place. They're going to be making some nominations. And honestly, this second term is going to be no holds barred. There's not going to be any John Kelly's as chief of staff or Reince Priebus's. There's going to be complete loyalists to Trump. And some of those nominations, even though Republicans do control the Senate, they could be so controversial, it could be a challenge. But that's a good problem to have because, you know, when you think about Democrats, in a lot of ways, this is worse than 2016. Because in 2016, you could say, well, everyone was surprised. We didn't think he was going to win. Well, they saw him win, and they tried as hard as they could. And Trump just really dominated. I mean, the expectation was this was a coin flip. And politics is all about expectations. He really crushed her.
And Kurt, let me just end with you real quick, just in response to Bob there. How detrimental will that be, a total clean sweep, if it happens, to the Democratic Party? You know, if you essentially have Trump at the top of the ticket with a blank check to pass whatever he would like to pass moving forward. How worried about are you in this moment right now?
You know, I think the one thing that you can always count on when Republicans have the reins of power is their penchant to I think, overachieve a little bit. They go too far off the mark. There isn't entirely the possibility that we repeat the 2016 cycle, which is they win, they go too far, too outside the mainstream, and then the midterm elections, the pendulum kind of swings back. So if Democrats are looking for a potential silver lining, maybe that scenario is it. But if anything, the view from the canvas is the most educational. This is a failure for Democrats. They lost. They need to learn from it, use it as motivation, use it as a learning experience, and then evolve and correct.
Yeah, and go from there. Kurt Bardella, Bob Cusack, can y'all get some rest today? I sure hope so here in a couple hours. I appreciate all your time. I got to take a quick break, everybody. More election updates right after this. Welcome back to Morning in America, everybody. I'm Marky Martin alongside Blake Berman in Washington, D.C. You know, Blake, yesterday I was blasting a little Fleetwood Mac landslide, hoping that one way or another that would manifest just a decisive evening. And we got one.
Yeah, we got one. I was just looking through the Midwest, Marky. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. These are three states that had only gone red once, either since 1988 or 1992, depending on which state you're talking about. Donald Trump was the only one to flip them in that time period. He did so back in 2016. If Michigan goes red, as it looks like it will, he will have done it again in 2024. Just something to consider when we look at the full map here across the United States.
Extraordinary. All right, Blake, thank you. Time check, everybody. It's 6 o'clock on the dot, 7 o'clock if you're Blake out in D.C. on the East Coast. We have a lot more election coverage coming at you right now on Morning in America.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
Donald Donald Trump declaring victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him to win the 2024 presidency. I'm Marky Martin, everybody, joined by our chief Washington correspondent and moderator of The Hill, Blake Berman. You are watching Morning in America's special election coverage right here on News Nation. Let's get to it. Let's crunch some of these latest numbers here and take a look at the electoral vote count first. Trump winning 286 of the electoral votes. Compare that to Harris's 226. Of course, the magic number, 270, that's what's needed to claim victory here. Decision Desk HQ was the first network to project the presidency for Donald Trump. This historic election making headlines now across the country. And Blake, you know, you and I were chatting this morning before show. I was expecting to be on for days on end with you. Not called at 1:30 this morning, East Coast time. It's remarkable.
It was remarkable, pretty decisive. DDHQ, our partners, the first ones to do it. You know, a few things, Marky, before we go into some of these states here. Let's just look at the map for a second. Want to point out a few things. A lot of blue in the Northeast, all blue out west, and then you really see the landscape in between the coasts. Obviously, we've been focusing on these 7 key swing states: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, for ad nauseum, end on end. But one of the big stories really coming out of this is the shift in the country and where we are right now, at least compared to the last election. Look at this number here, Marky. This is the popular vote, right? This is add everybody up, forget the swing states. Trump's at 51% right now. This number is going to change. VP Harris at 47.5. At the end of the day, this is the number that matters, right? You got to get to at least 270 to win.
But also the fact that that's the first time. That's the first time people have done this, right? Not only Electoral College, but also, if it holds, getting the popular vote. He didn't do that in 2016.
Didn't do it in 2016. Hadn't been done since George W. Bush back in 2004. And, you know, Marky, there was, had Donald Trump not won, there would have been a conversation about, you know, the movement, his movement, and what about it. But this was fairly decisive. Not fairly decisive. This was decisive. And when you talk about, you know, Republicans haven't won a popular vote, and we'll see how this all shakes out. But since George W. Bush, it brings into the question 20 years later of how the Republican Party has moved from that point up until this point in time. And I mean, look, let's just go to, forget the swing states for a second. I'm going to pop up Florida, Marky.
Okay.
Look at this. Trump won 56% in Florida. I'm going to take you to where I was born and raised, in Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County has been blue as long as I've ever known it, Marky. It's at 55%. And let's zoom out from Florida. I was just talking about this in the other hour. I mean, go to Ohio, right? Ohio right now is at 55%. These were states, Marky, 20 years ago, all we would have ever talked about were Florida and Ohio. And they are deep, solid red right now. And it just, you know, it brings further into the conversation here. What do Democrats do about this going forward? How do they position themselves going forward? But the reality is, going forward, that Donald Trump's in the White House. Republicans control the Senate, and it's looking like they're going to control the House as well.
And Blake, with just you know, you just pointed out you're from that part of Florida. What are you hearing from family members, from friends, you know, people back home about, you know, what motivated them to the polls this time around? What did it for Floridians?
I think my family and friends are smart enough not to text me at 7 in the morning.
Smart. They are
know
smart.
They know to steer clear. But look, Ron DeSantis set the table there in 2022.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump basically put the final stamp on it. And, you know, there was a lot of conversation about Latino voters and Madison Square Garden and what happened. And, you know, Democrats came on have been talking about, oh, that could tip the election. Miami-Dade County just went for Donald Trump. And I think that says it all.
Yeah, it says a lot. Let's now bring in our next guest, Blake. We have Tim Pawlenty, who was a Republican governor of Minnesota and also ran for president back in 2012, and Sherry Bustos, who is a Democratic congresswoman for Illinois. Good morning to both of you. Governor Pawlenty, let me just start with you this morning and your reaction to this win and what we've seen from coast to coast.
Well, I think it's a watershed moment in American presidential history. And with Donald Trump in the White House and a Republican Congress, this is going to be an incredible step change in American politics. So I think this is going to be talked about for days and days, months and months, and years to years. But it is clearly a development that is going to reset the political table in the United States of America.
Sherry, you used to run the DCCC, for folks outside of Washington who don't know the term. That's the apparatus for Democrats in the House. Where do you go from here?
Wow, yeah, a deep dive on what went wrong. And, you know, it's questionable whether Democrats are going to be able to take back the House. It's right now up to California and Democrats being able to flip a couple seats out there, or a few seats out there. So this is not the night that any Democrat wanted by a long shot. And it is also not the night that Democrats expected. The last readout that I received from the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee was they expected to flip 11 incumbent seats, take those from Republicans. And obviously that is not materializing right now. It looks like Democrats have flipped a couple seats and hung on to some that were maybe a little bit tough and lost a couple that were tough.
Hey, Markey, just real quick, just to pivot off that,
Yeah,
and if we could
please.
show this real quick. Out in California, if you could pop up the iPad, this is District 22 there. As Sherry references, that's a race that we're going to be watching, the incumbent David Valadao, and whether or not he can hold his seat. As you can see there, that's north of Los Angeles in the middle of California. And then District 45, this is around San Francisco or outside of it. Michelle Steele is the Republican incumbent, and that's a race that has yet to be called, in which we will keep our eyes on for the House. So just two races I just wanted to note, Markey, that we're watching right now.
No, thanks for doing so. Tim, I'm curious to get in your brain when you look at her loss, how you're diagnosing that for her. You know, several different times on the media circuit, when asked, would you do anything differently, she said no. Did she not distance herself enough from Biden? Did she not, you know, tap into the grievances for people on both sides who have not been pleased with the last 4 years? How would you diagnose what went wrong for her?
Was that directed to me?
Yes, Governor Pawlenty.
Well, I think, with so much of politics, there's more than one thing going on here. But at core, Donald Trump had a major advantage on the issues that were most important to persuadable voters in swing states, namely uncontrolled illegal immigration, inflation, crime, and wokeness run amok. And then you add to that the fact that she was viewed when she was off teleprompter and wasn't scripted, that she was an underwhelming candidate. That didn't help. And then lastly, I would say she had the mantle of the incumbent in a year where people were very mad, and she failed to distance herself from Biden. She had multiple opportunities. She was asked directly, is there anything you'd change other than what Biden did? And she said, I can't think of any. That reflected a mindset where she did not understand that the Biden policy and the Biden popularity had sunk, and she was going to sink with it if she didn't detach from it, and she failed to do so.
Governor Pawlenty, Sherry Bustos, thank you for being here. Sherry, by the way, I haven't talked to you in a while. Nice to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Good to see you, too.
To both of you. Yep, on Morning in America. We appreciate it. All right, now down to the state of Florida. Our Brooke Schaefer has the latest from the Trump campaign. Both campaigns this morning, of course, waking up to the new reality and what comes next. It is sunrise in the Sunshine State, and our Brooke Schaefer is live once again. Brooke?
Hey, Blake, good morning. We know from a source that Trump was glued to his TV last night watching these election results come in. We know a campaign source also telling us that they were keenly focused on Pennsylvania, saying they knew that the road to the White House ran through Pennsylvania. Ultimately, the Trump campaign arguing that their messaging around the border and inflation is what resonated with voters. Trump, in his victory speech overnight, thanking his supporters, those hardworking Americans, he said, showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Now, Trump making that speech to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida early this morning around 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. Campaign staffers and his family joining him on the stage. Trump calling this a political victory the country's never seen before, while also shifting his focus to the future, calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Trump came back to Mar-a-Lago after making that speech again to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida last night. As of right now, we don't have an official schedule about what could be on tap for him today. Marky.
All right, Brooke Schaefer from a windy Palm Beach, Florida this morning. Brooke, thanks so much. And NewsNation's Tom Dempsey has the latest on the Harris campaign from Washington. Tom, good morning to you. You know, I've had a few guests on this morning who say they're surprised that we didn't hear from Kamala Harris last night, but she is expected to speak today. Any indication yet from her team as to when or what we'll hear?
No word from the campaign team for Vice President Kamala Harris. Marky, we are on the campus of Howard University, Vice President Harris's alma mater, and her campaign team hoped this would be the site of a victory party. And as we know very much so this morning, that was not the case at all. Instead, we're gearing up for this speech from her at some point later today. But this event last night here on the campus had somewhat of a similar feel to the one in 2016 for Hillary Clinton. As you can imagine, lots of excitement at the start of the night. And then as results started to trickle in and as the night went on, the crowd got more quiet and subdued. You know, News Nation was here throughout the night, and we saw firsthand how the crowd started to thin out as the night went along. Vice President Kamala Harris never made an appearance, but supporters, were silent watching the state results getting posted. The campaign team tried to highlight things like overperforming turnout in areas like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and North Carolina, but she ended up losing all of those states. And here's an interesting takeaway, too. We want to show our viewers this map. Voters shifted red in many places, including in metro areas. We saw some big shifts in deep blue areas. In New York City, the vice president got around 600,000 fewer votes than President Joe Biden back in 2020. In Houston, the vice president saw a lead of single-digit percentage points compared to 14 points by President Biden 4 years ago. Cook County in Illinois, home to Chicago, saw a big drop in support for Vice President Harris compared to President Biden. Similar types of stories, though, in places like Harris County, Texas, home to Houston, Essex County in New Jersey, home to Newark, the Boston area, and even a smaller drop in Philadelphia. So, again, that's going to be one takeaway from this for Democrats, Marky. And of course, we were out at the polls in Virginia yesterday, and we spoke to a lot of voters. The economy emerged as a very top issue for the voters that we spoke to, perhaps the number one issue on their minds when they headed out to the polls. So a lot of takeaways from this. And as far as where we are here at Howard University, we're still expecting a speech from Vice President Harris at some point today. The campaign team has not shared when exactly that will occur.
Yeah, Americans voted with their wallets and inflation top of mind. Tom Dempsey, thank you so much. I want to bring back in Sherry Bustos and Tim Pawlenty. They're back with us this morning. Sherry, let me start off with you. You know, I just asked Tom about what we're expected to hear from Kamala Harris later today. What do you want to hear from the VP?
Well, you know, look, I think it'll probably be short and sweet. Thank her supporters. And, you know, I mean, I don't know what else she can really say. I think she could say they did their best in an abbreviated campaign. And, you know, I think it'll just be filled with gratitude for people who came out for her. And, you know, I mean, think about somebody who in such a short campaign raised more than $1 billion. Yeah. Everybody, all the Democrats that I talked with said that her ground game was really strong. So I really did think that in the end, that her ground game would pull her over the top, that women and looking at their own freedoms The stories about the women having miscarriages and dying. I really did think that was going to be enough to push her over the top. But I think it'll just be filled with gratitude for her supporters and be short and sweet.
Doesn't she need to say more, though? And doesn't President Biden need to say more? I mean, I'm looking here, Sherry, from July when the president gave his speech from the Oval Office, and he ended the very bottom of his speech. He cited Ben Franklin, a republic if you can keep it. But President Biden saying, whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. He didn't say that out on the campaign trail. He didn't just say that from the White House. He said that from behind the Resolute desk. And then in the last few weeks of the campaign, the Democratic nominee for president basically took the line of, that guy's a fascist. And now all of a sudden, the country's just supposed to forget that? Or do they need to come out and say, you know what, we were wrong?
Well, I don't know if this is the time to be saying that. I mean, we're a few hours out from President-elect Trump being elected as president-elect, and so I don't know if this is the time to do that. Look, in 2016, I served 5 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, and in 2016, the district that I represented in Illinois flipped 17 points from Obama to Trump. 17-point swing. And I could feel it on the ground shifting. It was one of the biggest swings in the entire nation. But what I said that night was that where I have an issue with President Trump, I will call him out. But where I can work with him, I will work with him. The Americans, the American public has spoken. Donald Trump won it looks like the popular vote and the Electoral College vote. So that means more than half of Americans are supportive of him. At this point, I think that as a Democrat, and if I were still in office, what my message would be is, let's do our best to come together as a nation. The Americans have spoken, and we, her phrase about turning the page, we have to turn the page and figure out how we're going to work together, and really be better at working together and finding solutions. We're just coming off of one of the least productive U.S. House of Representatives sessions in the history of our nation. That's got to change. I think Americans are very tired of the lack of progress, the fighting, the name calling, and it really is time to come together for the sake of our nation and for the sake of our world.
Yeah. Tim, Sherry brought up just the ground game there. The Harris campaign had thousands of door knockers. I think in the last weekend alone, knocked on some 3 million doors. Compare and contrast kind of ground games. Both these candidates also stopped and, made appearances at, I call it the Cool Kids podcast circuit, right? What worked for them and what didn't? And how do future campaigns take notes from all of this moving forward?
That's a great question, Marky. And of course, the Democrats used their traditional turnout model where they basically did it in-house. The Republicans did something new. They outsourced it to third-party groups, implicitly or explicitly. And not a lot is known as to exactly what was behind that, but obviously it's clearly correlated to victory. So there's going to be a lot of dissection around what was that exactly, and did it work? And it appears that it did work. So there's a new lesson and a new approach to be had there. But even more profoundly, a knock on the door and get out the vote does not overcome an underwhelming candidate and a bad issue set. What she really had in relative terms was one advantage, which was the abortion issue, and that wasn't even an advantage in all the states. But again, Trump had that issue set that was very favorable to him, principally built on the people's concern about the economy. But that door knocking did not overcome a bad candidate.
Yeah, nor did the A-list celebrities that have backed her in
Well,
droves.
they never do, yeah.
Yeah,
and they never do.
Former Congresswoman Sherry Bustos, former Governor Tim Pawlenty, thanks to both of you this morning. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Blake, today will be interesting. The rest of the week as we continue to diagnose and unpack all of this. What happened?
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating what Sherry said there about the change in her own district, right? She was a former congresswoman who's very involved in Washington. And the change in her own district and what she has seen. And again, I keep making this point, Marky. We've talked about these 7 states for so long. But I think now you broaden out, see what happened, and really discuss, okay, what did Donald Trump and Republicans do from here?
Yeah.
And that's a lot of the discussion this week.
Yeah. And it's not just the top of the ticket either. Tuesday was history-making down the ballot as well, everybody. For the first time ever, you have two black women who will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. In Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester won her race to become the first woman and first black person to represent the state in the United States Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen. Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Whalen III. And then in New Jersey, three-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat, so he now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. A lot of firsts and a lot of diversity there. We have more new updates from the 2024 election straight ahead, everybody.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Okay, you were looking at President-elect Donald J. Trump, who's been chosen to be our 47th president of the United States. Alex is back with some of the social media reaction to DDHQ projecting a second Trump presidency. Thanks to DDHQ, News Nation was the first network to even call this. You're looking at all this reaction. A lot of A-listers who have backed her. That didn't go anywhere for them.
Yeah, a lot of this leading up to this election has been about the star power that both of these candidates could actually bring out to support them and to throw their endorsements behind. We have some reaction that we want to show you so far this morning from both sides, but essentially we're hearing from one side more than the other. You'll see what I mean in just a second. It's essentially a victory lap for those who stuck out their neck for Donald Trump, most notably, of course, Elon Musk. On his platform X, Elon Musk has been sounding off, writing, "Game, set, match," then sharing this picture with the presumed presidential winner, alongside other fervent supporter for Trump, UFC President Dana White, writing, "The future is going to be so fire." Musk says the people of America gave Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change. Podcaster Joe Rogan showed off his immediate reaction to watching the presidential results pour in. Take a look at this. I think there were a lot of people out there saying that same reaction last night. Rogan credited with helping Trump reach a younger target audience of first-time voters. Comedian Theo Vaughn also brought the former president onto his platform. He thanked both him and Dana White for doing so, writing, "Thanks for helping podcasts contribute to this political landscape." Trump also received a ton of attention from Gen Z through his podcasting and social media appearances with the Nelk Boys. That's a young group of MAGA men with an Instagram reach of 4.2 million followers. To think they had Beyonce, Eminem, LeBron, Taylor Swift, and so many others, and they still lost, the people have clearly spoken. Country superstar John Rich from the dynamic singing duo Big and Rich shared his own enthusiasm on X, writing, "We win, thank the Lord." As for Team Harris's star power, it's a lot quieter, as you can expect. Mark Cuban, an adamant supporter who appeared in News Nation's town hall last week, writing, "Congrats, Donald Trump. You won fair and square." We're going to continue looking for more reaction throughout the morning. But again, this speaks particularly to Mark Cuban's response that we are seeing, sort of graciousness in this defeat, at least from the Harris camp.
Yeah, it's refreshing to see.
Yeah.
It was one of the first tweets I saw this morning, and I thought stunning to come from him, who, I mean, we've heard what he's been saying the past few weeks. And all the A-listers, too, who have given millions for a win that didn't come to fruition, and how that changes things moving forward from celebrities.
And I think there's been so much talk about which candidate wins and what the reaction is going to be from some of their most, fervent supporters. Will the candidate concede, and will the supporters also accept the results of this election? Mark Cuban, at least for the Harris camp, proving that it is possible.
Yeah, speaking of social media, Truth Social shares up 30% pre-market after the announcement of the victory, pushing Trump's value in his stake at about $5 billion.
No doubt about it.
So a lot is shaken this morning in reaction to the news. Alex Capriello, thank you so much. Everybody, we have more election updates and news for all America right on the other side of this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
All right, welcome back to Morning in America on an historic morning across this country. Donald Trump, now the president-elect, Senate Republicans flipping that chamber, and now we await what happens officially in the House. Joining us now, Jessica Taylor. She is the Senate and Governor's editor for the Cook Political Report. Jessica, good morning. Thanks for being with us here on Morning in America.
I'm not sure if it's morning or evening.
We'll roll with whatever. Grab the coffee and let's go. So I just laid it out there. DDHQ is so let me put it this way. The House looks favorable right now for Republicans, but it is the tightest and slimmest of margins, and I think that has to be what Donald Trump and Republicans are watching for right now.
Yeah, I think it's a question of whether he can get this trifecta, and we might not know for some time because a lot of these very competitive races are in California, where they rely on mail-in ballots, and these races historically take several days, weeks to count. So we may not know that at all. The Republicans have flipped some key House districts, like the open 7th congressional district there in Michigan. There are some surprising flips in Pennsylvania, it looks like, as well there. But when we look at the Senate, Republicans were long favored to win it. Right now, they have a minimum of a 52-48 majority with flipping West Virginia, which we knew was going to happen. But they've defeated the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown in Ohio and John Tester in Montana. Now in Pennsylvania, the Republican candidate
Jessica, hold that thought for a second. Jessica, hold that thought for a second, because I want to walk our audience through it. Let's go interactive here for a second. So in PA, this is the Bob Casey, Dave McCormick race. This is separated right now by about 64,000 votes. I back out into Michigan. This is the Mike Rogers, Alyssa Slotkin race. Look at that, 2,000 votes right now. And then I go over to Wisconsin. This is the Hovde Baldwin race, 13,000 votes. When we were talking about this could come down to 1,000 here, 1,000 there, we thought we were maybe talking about the White House, but it turns out that could be the case for several Senate seats.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some of these Senate candidates slightly overperform Harris, particularly there in Wisconsin. I was waiting for some late results there in Milwaukee and Madison, Dane County there that appear to have pushed Baldwin slightly over the edge there. I'd rather be her. That race has not been called yet, but she was able to outperform Harris in some key rural counties, not winning them, but cutting the margin, and that could really be key. That Michigan race, which was one that Democrats were actually feeling the best about out of the three seats, that just is as tight as a tick, as we say. And, really we're sort of waiting on, there's still a lot of Wayne County, which is Detroit out, and some very college-heavy areas like Kalamazoo that could certainly be beneficial for Slotkin in that very close race there. But to me, that Pennsylvania number, again, Democrats are still waiting on some absentee votes in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that could tighten that race. But that's one that actually Democrats, again, they didn't feel great about, but that to me, that's one of the most surprising results is that McCormick is of those three races looks the best right now.
And you know this, but Bob Casey, the Democrat, the incumbent, the longtime Democrat in Pennsylvania, he actually ran an ad down the home stretch touting, in his words, he bucked Biden. He embraced Trump on NAFTA. The word independent was used, and he never mentioned Kamala Harris. And some of the story today is VP Harris, the Senate candidates, the Democratic Senate candidates, running ahead of her in those states. We got to leave it there. Jessica Taylor, I'm sure it's a busy day for you as we try to figure out the landscape in the House and what Washington looks like. Thanks for being with us. More news for all America on this post-election day continues here on Morning in America.
Welcome back, everybody. There is so much to unpack from this election. It's almost like, where do you begin, right? Let's look at reproductive rights that were on the ballots in several states across America. Voters in 10 states, stretching from Arizona all the way over to New York, decided on measures to enshrine abortion rights into their constitutions. Alex is back to dive into those tallies. Alex, break it down for us, because it wasn't a clean sweep nationwide.
Yeah, we thought that these abortion measures might drive the vote for Kamala Harris. Turns out Donald Trump got a lot more of those votes, but the voters still spoke when it came to abortion rights in these 10 states. This is where you'll see that there was some form of reproductive measures on the state ballots. Let's take a look at the measures on expanding abortion access. The one race that's been called so far by Decision Desk HQ, Arizona, essentially codifying abortion rights for the people in that state. Too close to call. We got South Dakota and Missouri. South Dakota, though, expected to fail. We're waiting on those results any moment. Missouri expected to pass. Florida, that has been called by DDHQ. It failed despite receiving a majority approval from Florida voters. This is what's so interesting about Florida. Despite 57.2% of Florida voters saying yes to it, it will still not be approved because in Florida you need a supermajority, meaning 60%. Okay, maintaining abortion access in these states, Nevada, Colorado, and Maryland, all passed. Too close to call for Montana and New York, although DDHQ also expects those to pass. Nebraska is our final state of the 10 to look at. There's two initiatives which some people see as competing in a sense. Initiative 439, constitutional right to abortion, or Initiative 434, ban abortion after the first trimester. A deadlock, 50% for 439. Much higher voter approval, although not by that much. 54% say yes to 434. The Secretary of State says whichever of these initiatives gets the most voter approval, if they're both approved, is the one that will become state law. If these numbers hold up, that's going to be 434. But again, something that we're watching closely this morning, Mark.
Yeah, this was one of the top three issues we had our eye on this entire election cycle. Alex Capriello, thanks so much. We'll check back in here in just a little bit with more. And as we head to break, let's look at a couple of races that we are still watching. In Pennsylvania, Democrats could lose another Senate seat. So here's a look at the race between incumbent Senator Bob Casey and his Republican challenger David McCormick right now. That's where things stand. In Nebraska, Republican Senator Don Bacon is ahead of Democrat Tony Vargas in a rematch of their 2022 rivalry, like deja vu there. This district represents the Omaha area, which tends to be the so-called blue dot on Nebraska's electoral college map. And Donald Trump is starting a new day celebrating as the projected winner of the presidential election. His victory, billed by his running mate, J.D. Vance, as the greatest political comeback ever. We have more updates from the 2024 election right after this. Welcome back to a special election coverage here on Morning in America, a special edition of the show. News Nation contributors Kurt Bardella, Mick Mulvaney, and Denise Grace Gitsom now joining us live once again, along with Blake Berman in D.C. Good morning, everybody. A 4-hour show, 0 sleep. What could go wrong, right? You know, Mick, let me start with you, because when I woke up this morning, you started to see all the numbers rolling in. One of the first things you noticed was that Trump was outpacing a lot of his margins from 2020, maybe even 2016. What do you credit that to for everybody who's just now waking up and tuning in this morning?
You know, it's not going to be one thing. Keep in mind, for every one of his overperformances were one of her underperformances. So that's going to factor into those percentage differences. But it's going to be different things in different places. There's going to be people out there who bought into that sort of victimization argument. The look at what they're doing to me, elect me, and I'll make sure it won't happen to you. Yeah. There are going to be some folks out there, like myself, who are really upset about the Hitler rhetoric, about being accused of being a fascist because I was a Republican. It's really hard to win an election when your strategy is to really upset half of the election and then hope the other half of the population shows up. So it could be a variety of different things. It could also be a better run campaign than it was in 2020. It's not COVID. I don't think there's any one reason Trump won. I think there may be one reason Kamala Harris lost, which is that she was never able to answer the simple question, how are you going to be different than Joe Biden?
What was it that, though, Mick and Kurt, or was it that plus when you look at issue number one, the economy, Americans were just saying, I've been paying more, we're on the wrong track, and she didn't really have an answer for that, being the incumbent?
I'll let Kurt answer that. He's at the famous wall.
I think that the vagaries really around her economic vision for this country played a huge role in this outcome, in that Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, how you felt about him by the time Kamala Harris became the nominee, most voters already had that opinion about him. Harris, however, was more of an unknown, so there was more work to do to try to create that impression with the American people. And frankly, she spent the first half of the campaign not really getting into those specifics, avoiding having those conversations, taking those questions from the press. We spent a lot of time talking about that avoidance strategy. And while she did raise a lot of money and had a lot of enthusiasm from the Democratic Party base, the formulating of who you would be as president was something that never really came together as a strong message. When you think of Kamala Harris, there's not one or two things that directly come to mind. When you think of Donald Trump, you think of immigration, you think of the border, you think of inflation. He was much more defined, and I think that played a big role into why things played out the way they did.
And Denise, also think about the year that he just had, the obstacles that he just overcame. For much of this year, he was facing 4 different prosecutions simultaneously. Then come July, he comes within a quarter inch of losing his life. 9 weeks later, it's a second time. Was that advantageous for him? Did that act as a shot in the arm for him in this final stretch of his race?
Yeah. Any weaker candidate would have bowed out a heck of a long time ago, and yet he stood up there with blood streaming down his face, screaming, fight. There's something about Donald Trump that just projects the strength and capability as a leader that people were looking for. I think it's in the bigger context of America looking weak in the world's eyes. And also, I think Americans just want someone who knows what they're doing at the helm of our country. And whether you agreed with Donald Trump or not, there was just this sense that he would have a clear idea of where to go, and he would follow it through. And that was something Kamala Harris never, ever was able to offer. Even Democratic voters who, until a week or two ago, 25% of her own party said that they did not know what she stood for on the most important issues to Americans.
So let's look forward here for a second. Mick, you've been Senate confirmed, I believe, right?
Yeah.
You went through that process. Donald Trump's going to have to put a cabinet together. Throw us some names who you think are likely to be a part of it. And then on the other side, Kurt, the current incumbent, President Biden, where does he go from here?
There'll be a couple names you've heard before. That not surprising for the cabinet-level positions. Mike Pompeo's name is on a bunch of lists that I have seen. Senator Bill Hagerty from Tennessee, the former U.S. ambassador to Japan, is on a bunch of lists. Bob Lighthizer, a former U.S. trade representative, I fully expect him to come back in as another senior member of the team. Jay Clayton, the former SEC chairman, is on several lists that I've seen. Good and qualified and capable people for those very high-level positions. There was a concern 6 months ago that Trump 2.0 couldn't attract good quality talent. And based on the lists I've seen, the second cabinet may be even better than the first.
Yeah, and I think that if you're President Joe Biden, there's nothing left to run for. There's nothing left to really do. Pardon your son, then resign and elevate Kamala Harris to the presidency and make one more mark in the history books while you can.
Whoa, what do you mean by that?
Whoa.
You think that's going to happen?
First female president.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if I were Joe Biden, that's exactly what I would do. Again, you have a very short runway left of being relevant and of being able to make your mark in a historic way. Why not do it that way?
You know, it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard, Blake and Markey, that I think Trump might pardon Hunter Biden if Joe Biden does not. So Joe Biden doing that on the way out the door might steal that opportunity from Donald Trump.
For what reason? As an olive branch of sorts to the past administration, or what would be the reasoning for pardoning Hunter?
All of the above. It's a very Trump thing to do. Look, I don't like lawfare. I don't like it when they go after people's families. I think he committed a crime, but let's get this behind us. It also sends a positive message for his kids in the future. So I think it's a very Trump thing to do, and for that reason, I think Biden might do it.
Yeah. What does it mean for his criminal cases? We just have 30 seconds left. I mean, does that bring it to a screeching halt for everything that he faces now, or what happens next?
Yeah, Scott Bold's in the hallway, and I know he knows this answer better than I do. The federal cases will probably stop, at least go into abeyance. I'm not sure what happens in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud here, as I know a lot of people at home are too. Hey, Denise Gitsom, Kurt Bardella, Mick Mulvaney, thanks to all of you so much. More on the 2024 election right after this break, everybody.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
You are looking at President-elect Donald J. Trump declaring victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him to win the presidency. I'm Marky Martin, joined by our chief Washington correspondent and moderator of The Hill, Blake Berman. You are watching Morning in America's special election coverage right here on News Nation. All right, let's get to it, everybody. Take a look at some of these numbers. Let's start with that electoral vote count, the big one, of course. Trump winning 286 to Harris's 226. Of course, the magic number was 270. That's what was needed to claim victory for either of these candidates. Decision Desk HQ was the first network to project the presidency for Donald Trump. This historic election making headlines across the country. You see some of those headlines right here behind me. Blake, let me bring you in on this. I mean, newsrooms everywhere now figuring out, how to cover this and how to move forward with the new administration on the horizon.
Yeah, and here in Washington, the talk is going to be what it looks like. We were just asking Mick, right? Mulvaney, what does a Trump cabinet possibly look like? The Senate, we know, is Republican. The House, it's just the razor thin. So one of the outstanding questions is Donald Trump going to have a full runway here in Washington for the first 2 years? Or might Democrats be able to hold on to the House? I think DDHQ believes that Republicans have the lean advantage right now on the House, but we'll see. Let's go through the map here for a second, Marky, and I want to just point out a few things. First and foremost, 286, Donald Trump's above the 270. You see Michigan and Arizona still outstanding, so now it's just a question of how much, if you still want to keep track of that. But look at this. The popular vote, Trump's up by 4.5 million right now, Marky. He's right at around 51%. And just broadly speaking, if you look at the map, a lot of blue in the Northeast, a lot of blue out west, and a lot of red in between them. But let me just take you real quick through some of the states. And I'm just going to go one by one real quick. So here's the number I want you to pay attention to. the top one. Trump hit 50% in Georgia. In North Carolina, it was basically right around the same there. In the Tar Heel state, Trump hit 51%. And I can do this all across Pennsylvania, Markey. In the Keystone State, he was at 51. And the reason why I point that out, and I'll just keep putting some of these states up. The reason why I point that out, Markey, is because in the polling averages, neither Harris nor Trump ever got to 50%. And clearly Donald Trump got his folks to the polls, and the folks, a lot of those first-time voters to the polls, who pollsters maybe still hadn't been able to capture.
Yeah, and that was our big question leading up to yesterday, right? I mean, we've seen all these polls neck and neck. How accurate were they going to be? And a very decisive moment early this morning. So I'm curious, how accurate the polls were, Blake.
If you just go 30,000 feet with it, right? Like, this is still on a percentage level, 51-48, 51-49, give or take, however you want to look at it. And so, the polls had all of this within 2 to 3%. We just didn't know how it would break. And what we learned overnight and into this morning is it broke for Trump, and he was able to clear that 50% threshold in these states, Markey.
Yeah. Let me bring in the panel now. We have News Nation political contributor A. Scott Bolden, Republican strategist and former Ron DeSantis spokesperson Carly Bird, and political strategist Nathan Daschle, all here now. Good morning to all three of you. I know it's been a long night. Scott, let me start with you and just your reaction. You and I have been talking, for weeks leading up to this moment. Your reaction this morning when you saw the news?
Well, I think Blake, I saw it last night, too, and I went to sleep, and I dreaded waking up looking at my phone, and boy, did I dread it even more at 4:30 in the morning. But here's the deal. This was a race about overperformance and underperformance. Donald Trump overperformed in several swing states, several jurisdictions within those swing states, especially with black, Latino, and women voters. The conservative women and suburban women who were pro-abortion certainly didn't come home, and that didn't build out that coalition. But he was racking up numbers in jurisdictions in the swing states in urban areas, if you will, with a large swath of Latino and black voters. I mean, doubling in some areas, 10, 20%, that historically he just hadn't been there. And so he just cut into the Democratic support. I don't think the Dems underperformed as far as get out the vote. They were just going for Donald Trump. In the end, it was about inflation and immigration and all those kitchen table issues, and it wasn't about abortion or about the character of Donald Trump. That should be disturbing to many of us.
Carly, if this ends up in a popular vote win for Donald Trump, the first in 20 years since George W. Bush, what does that say to you?
It's just such a clear mandate from the American people that they have had enough of the left. They don't like the direction the country has been going over the last few years. Think back to COVID and the mandates there. A lot of folks blamed their left-leaning governors, mayors. Tim Walz is one of them, who shut down their small businesses, denied their right to go to church. So you saw a lot of people go to the polls feeling like, I'm done with the way that this country has been run. I want to change. And I think that was clear in the presidential race, but also the Senate races. Big victories in Ohio, in Montana. It looks like Michigan and Nevada are going to go to a recount. I'm told by my sources that that's actually in favor of the GOP. So you're just seeing this clear mandate. This was not a red wave. This was a red tsunami. This is more than just an electoral victory. This is a mandate for people in Washington that the American people are fed up. They want to change, and they're expecting Donald Trump to lead the way on that.
Nathan, if you had been involved in Harris's campaign, if you had been advising her, and you could go back, I mean, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, I guess, but if you could go back, what would you have had her do differently? Is there anything she could have done that would have changed the fate of this race?
Yeah, well, it's a great question, and you're right. It is really easy to Monday morning quarterback, and I want to be sensitive to the fact that she had some very smart people in that campaign. And I can't point any fingers, but if I were to go back and do anything different, there are two things I would do differently. I mean, number one, this was going to be another change election. And I think that we might have lost it on the day that she could not articulate how she would have been different from President Biden. And then the other thing is, I think the Republicans did a very good job this year of talking about kitchen table issues. We tend to talk about ivory tower issues. This election was about the immigration, economy, and to a lesser extent about abortion. But democracy wasn't really a kitchen table issue. And I think we spent a little bit too much time talking about that.
What do you make of what we've seen in the big cities? Obviously, we've been focusing on, for so long, we focused on the 7 key swing states. But I'm looking at New York City, a change of 16 points moving to the right. Houston, Texas, 9 points moving to the right. Newark, New Jersey, 12 to the right. Chicago, 24 to the right. Boston, 8 to the right. And in Philly, 7 points to the right. It wasn't just in one major city or in one swing state. This was in many parts of the country that you looked at.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, if this were, I hate to say it, I'm looking for a silver lining, and so far I'm coming up empty-handed. If this were a boxing match, it would have been a knockout. It wouldn't have been a decision on points. It would have been a knockout. And the Trump campaign did a very good job of eating into Democratic margins on key constituencies and eating into base voters who Democrats have relied on for years. And we just didn't really have much of an answer for that.
It'll be fascinating to see how both parties change and kind of go from here. Everybody stand by. Carly Atchison-Byrd, A. Scott Bolden, Nathan Daschle, thank you so much. Stand by. Let's first check in with some of our correspondents who are across the country right now. NewsNation's Brooke Schaefer has the latest from the Trump campaign at Mar-a-Lago this morning. Brooke, very long night for you and Team Trump. What's the campaign pointing to as the keys to victory this morning?
Well, as was sort of just pointed out in that panel there, Markey, the Trump campaign really grateful for that overperformance in some of those key swing states, places like Georgia and North Carolina, but also in some of those cities as well. We know, though, from a campaign source that the Trump campaign was keenly focused overnight on Pennsylvania, saying they knew the road to the White House went straight through Pennsylvania. Ultimately, the Trump campaign arguing that their messaging surrounding the border and inflation is really what brought this home for them and what resonated with voters. You can hear some honking, some supporters, driving past Mar-a-Lago this morning. The former president, now president-elect, in his speech overnight, thanking those supporters that he says came out in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Now, Trump making that speech to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida, early this morning around 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. Campaign staffers and some of his family joining him on the stage. Trump calling this a political victory the country's never seen before, while also shifting his focus to the future, calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Okay, next up for Trump, of course, choosing that team that will now head back to the White House with him. No official schedule, though, for Trump as of just yet. Back to you.
This is now the transition in all those big decisions and announcements between now and January 20th. Brooke Schaefer, live for us in Florida, once again outside Mar-a-Lago. Brooke, thank you. Now over to the other side of the aisle as we wake up here in Washington and across the East Coast. It is a sunrise here in our nation's capital. Tom Dempsey has the latest on the Harris campaign. And Tom, we haven't heard from the VP just yet.
Nope. Sun is rising here on the campus of Howard University, the alma mater for Vice President Kamala Harris. This is the site where the campaign team and the vice president hoped would be the site of her victory in the 2024 election. But this morning, we know that is absolutely not the case. So instead, we're on the campus here at Howard because the campaign is saying that at some point today, Vice President Harris is going to make comments and make a speech about the 2024 race. We still don't know the exact timing of all that. But Blake, it was an interesting night here on the campus. Obviously, there was a lot of excitement heading into election night. But as the night went along and as more results came in and things looked bleaker for the Harris campaign, that emotion very much changed. People in the crowd who were excited when the evening began became much more quiet and subdued, as you can say. News Nation was here throughout the night here at Howard when crowds started thinning out. Supporters watching silently as state results got posted. The vice president never made an appearance, but during the night, the campaign team really tried to highlight things like overperforming turnout in areas like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and North Carolina. But as we know this morning, she ended up losing all those states. Here's another very interesting takeaway, too. Voters shifted red in many places, including in metro areas. We saw some big shifts in deep blue areas. In New York City, for example, the vice president got around 600,000 fewer votes than President Biden back in 2020. In Houston, the vice president saw a lead of single-digit percentage points compared to 14 points by President Biden 4 years ago. Cook County in Illinois, home to Chicago, saw a big drop in support for Vice President Harris compared to President Biden. Similar types of stories, though, in areas like Harris County, Texas, home to Houston, Essex County in New Jersey, home to Newark, and in the Boston area, and even a smaller drop in Philadelphia. So I'm sure that will be one of the stories to take for the Harris campaign from this 2024 campaign. But we were out at the polls in Virginia yesterday, and we heard from voters, and I'm sure this was very much the case in other parts of the country, many other places in the United States, hearing from voters who were concerned about grocery prices, interest rates, lack of housing and not being able to afford a house. So the economy really emerged as a big issue in the minds of voters, and again, likely giving us a glimpse into maybe this, what led up to this loss by Vice President Harris.
Yeah.
Guys?
Tom Dempsey, thank you so much, live from D.C. this morning. Yeah, Blake, it'll be interesting to see what she has to say when she eventually addresses the country later on today, and kind of what that tone and what that message will sound like from her and her team.
Democratic nominee, it's part of her job as the vice president of the United States. It's part of his job, President Biden, the current commander-in-chief, to come out and say something as well. Remember, part of the closing argument, Markey, a big portion of the closing argument for the vice president and her team was that guy is, as they would say, that guy's a fascist. And now he's the president-elect. And now you have to wonder how they handle their language and how they frame things here with 75 days to go until Election Day.
Yeah, because when you use that language toward the candidate, I mean, it also goes to the people who came out in droves to support him as well. But everybody, you know, it wasn't just the top of the ticket. Tuesday was history-making down ballot as well. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. You have Democrat Angela Brooks beating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Also, Brooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. In Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester won her race to become the first woman and first black person to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen there. Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Wayland III. And then in New Jersey, 3-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat there. So he now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. A lot of new faces, a lot of diversity. We have more news for all America coming up right after this break.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Many of you at home probably turning on your TV right now, seeing the news after going to sleep last night. This election was decided quick, and Alex is back with some of the social media reaction to DDHQ projecting a second Trump presidency. It's pouring in, but I got to say, you think of all the A-list celebrities, right, it's kind of crickets on their end. A little bit. For how vocal they've been this whole time.
Particularly for the Harris campaign. Yeah. We saw her bring out star after star at her rallies over the past few weeks, but we're seeing a lot more from the Trump camp than we are for the Harris camp. Let's take a look at some of these reactions, most notably beginning with Elon Musk. He sends out a series of tweets on his own platform, X, most notably this one, which says, game, set, match. It's essentially a victory lap for both Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all the rest of those supporters. If we take a look else at what else Elon Musk has said, he also put out these emojis, which say that essentially we're looking at the presidential landslide. He's another fervent supporter. That includes Joe Rogan here. Take a look at his reaction as he watched those results pour in. Rogan credited with helping Trump reach a younger target audience of first-time voters. Comedian Theo Von also brought the former president onto his platform, thanked both him and Dana White for doing so, writing, "Thanks for helping podcasts contribute to this political landscape." Country superstar John Rich from the dynamic singing duo Big and Rich shared his enthusiasm on X, writing, "We win. Thank you, Lord." Trump also received a ton of attention from Gen Z through podcasting and social media appearances with the Nelk Boys. That's a group of MAGA men with an Instagram reach of 4.2 million followers. They write, thinking about the Harris campaign, to think they had Beyonce, Eminem, LeBron, Taylor Swift, and so many others, and they still lost. The people have spoken. As I mentioned, for Harris's camp, a lot less social media reaction. Just one so far.
Just one? It's been one every hour.
We're trying to update and we're trying to refresh. I think a lot of people, especially that sided with Harris, are waiting for potentially more results or more outlets to actually call this race. And also, they're just feeling the pain this morning. They really put their weight behind Kamala Harris. But you mentioned the one, of course, that's Mark Cuban. He was somebody that appeared on our News Nation town hall, and he very graciously, conceded it to President-elect Donald Trump, saying he wanted fair and square, and that's what the American people wanted, after all, an election that couldn't be doubted, that showed that it was still working for us as a democracy.
Yeah, it was very mature, which is refreshing to see. But you think about, too, all the money that these A-list celebrities have spent, millions and millions of dollars, for nothing, for no win.
They're putting their name out there. They're putting their support behind a candidate. In a lot of ways, it comes with some risk. A lot of people, it seemed as if the A-listers were going more for Harris's camp, but it goes to show that the podcasting sort of strategy that Donald Trump and the Trump campaign used was very effective. They were able to reach a lot of young voters, those Gen Z voters. That could be the way of the future.
With those huge platforms, they knew exactly what they were doing. Everything calculated.
Yeah, that's right.
In a presidential race. Alex Capriello, thank you so much. We have more election updates and news for all America. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
History being made in the early hours of this morning for the second time ever, Blake. Donald Trump is our president-elect, poised to become the 47th president of the United States.
272 days ago, Markey, he announced he was running for a third time, and here we are this morning now. And a lot of the focus, a lot of the questions, I think, as we turn forward here with 75 days until January 20th, is what does the next Trump administration look like? Who does he bring in? What does he change this go around? What could the first 100 days look like? What does day one look like? All those sorts of questions start to come into the fold and into the picture here now as we project forward.
Yeah, what looks the same and what looks different. Electoral count, his 286 to her 226 at last count. We're expecting to hear from Vice President Harris at some point today, everybody. She did not address her supporters at her watch party after Decision Desk HQ called the race. Joining me now over the phone, I have journalist and author of Confronting the Presidents, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, good morning to you. I've been slowly learning to speak a little Bill O'Reilly language. And let me start with this. Who would have thought we'd been talking about Donald Trump and Grover Cleveland all in the same sentence?
Yeah, well, I'm channeling Grover here, where we have a little Ouija board. We're going to get Grover. He's 350 pounds, so I got to get a bigger room if he shows up. It's a cautionary tale because Grover Cleveland's second non-consecutive term was a disaster. He was exhausted. He had health problems and all of that. So while everybody on the Republican side is euphoric, word of the day this morning, Trump has got a lot of work to do. I want to say a few things. I want to congratulate the analytics department at NewsNation. Far and away the best last night. I was floating around, watching everybody. And the LA Times, a major article today about that. About how far ahead NewsNation was.
The first to call it this morning, thanks to DDHQ.
But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing, they were clear. If you watch the other three cables, it was the Tower of Babel. Because these people didn't know what to say, particularly the leftists, the Democrats. They didn't know what to say, so they just yammered on and on about nothing. NewsNation didn't do that. It was much more precise about what was happening. And I'm not saying that because I'm a contributor to NewsNation, because if you guys screwed up, I certainly would say so, as most people know.
Yeah, as you tend to do. Hey, you were on with me. You're on with me every Wednesday for the past couple weeks. You looked ahead and you said it was your opinion, not your prediction, that Trump won. What made you so confident? What do you think did it for him?
Well, I did my prediction on Halloween, Markey, right after I got back from trick-or-treating. And I went as myself, which scared all the kids in the neighborhood.
Scared a lot of kids in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it really frightened them.
Yikes.
My prediction that Trump would win was based on two things. Number one, increased voter registration in the Republican Party in the swing states. And number two, the disastrous Biden economy. And that's what really put Donald Trump over the top. You're going to hear a lot of bloviating today from people who don't know what they're talking about and don't really care to know. Yeah. That's an interesting point. A lot of these pundits, they get their paycheck, but they don't really care to learn anything or know anything. They just spout what's obvious.
Yeah.
But I believe, and I think this is going to be backed up by exit polling, that a lot of non-ideological voters went to the booth saying, I'm tired of paying so much money for food, and in a lot of states like the Northeast here, where I am, gasoline and heating oil. I'm tired of that, and there's never been an explanation. And that was what I think negated the dubious things that happened in the campaign on both sides. I mean, both candidates made major mistakes.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead.
I was going to say, let's talk about her now. Like, to your point, I think it was kitchen table issues for Americans, right, that motivated them to go to the polls. What was the nail in the coffin for her? Because I think, you know, you could look at that a few different ways. Was it the fact that she never really distanced herself from Biden? I mean, Bill, not once did we ever hear the vice president address the country and say, you know, I know you're disenchanted with the White House. You want something different. I've taken notes. Here's how I will course correct. We never heard that from her. So how do you diagnose her loss?
All right. So there was one big thing. But before I tell you what it is, and I want everybody to get a pen and a paper, I think that all Americans should acknowledge that Vice President Harris waged a spirited campaign and conducted herself in a manner that was admirable. Even though she said things that weren't true, everybody does that. And I'm not rationalizing it, and I'm not excusing it. The Trump will ban abortion stuff was over-the-top lies. But generally speaking, I think Harris represented her point of view in a way that I don't have much problem with. When she went on The View, and this is the most ironic thing in the world, those women and ABC News in general desperately wanted Kamala Harris to win. And she was asked a very pedestrian question. Is there anything you can think of you would have done differently than what the Biden administration did? And she looks and she says, nothing comes to mind. If you're going to the grocery store that day, you're not voting for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I'm sitting there on a panel, which I never, although I was on The View 15 times when Barbara Walters ran it, I would have just looked at her and I said, you're okay with Afghanistan? You're okay with that? So the reason that Kamala Harris said that is that she is not able to think on her feet. A lot like Joe Biden. Biden's impaired. Kamala Harris isn't. She doesn't have the talent. She's insecure about her policy positions. It was very obvious. And the contrast between the strong man, Trump, and the weak lady, Harris, was stark. And the non-ideological voters, even though they might not have liked Trump that much, said, you know what? In this period in history, we need a strong leader, which we do.
Bill, let me just ask you one more question before I let you go. Does anything about a second Trump term make you nervous?
No, I'm not the nervous kind of guy, Marky. I talk to the president on occasion. If there's anything bothering me, I can get him on the phone and tell him, and I do. And a lot of times he won't take my call because of it. But I think Trump will govern pretty much the way he governed the first time around. The big story that maybe we'll talk about next Wednesday when I'm back on, is Blake still there, by the way, or did he fall asleep?
Yeah, no. No, Blake is, hey, you want to, Blake, pop him in. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I hear snoring in the background. I think Blake just passed out during my bloviating. The media, corporate media in America is finished. It is over. They are not going to come back. And that is Trump's sweetest revenge.
The moment there on The View, Bill, I said this on the show the other night, or I forget if it was on The Hill or here in the morning. You think Saturday Night Live is ever inviting Elon Musk back again, right? And the country has seen all of this play out. They saw the debate. They saw what happened, to your point.
Everybody knows the fix was in, and there are going to be humongous changes at all three networks. The current people who are running them will be gone by summer because they cannot sustain this. just like the Washington Post. I'm not sure about the New York Times. They've got a stranglehold on the Upper West Side Manhattan liberals. They're probably breaking even. But the Washington Post is in serious financial trouble. And it's not because of their point of view, because newspapers have a perfect right to have an editorial point of view. It's they do not cover the news honestly anymore. And people who consume news know that.
Well, Bill O'Reilly, got to leave it there. I will see you next Wednesday, sir. Thank you as always. Appreciate
Thanks for having
it.
me, guys.
Yeah, and Blake, just to his point, will be interesting too to see how he goes after, if he does any more CBS. You know that he's gone after for 60 Minutes, NBC for the SNL non-invite. We'll see. We now have Trump campaign National Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt with us this morning. Caroline, good morning to you, and congratulations are in order for you and your team.
Thank you so much. It's a great morning for President Trump, for our campaign, and for our entire country. We are just so proud of the president. He faced so much adversity throughout this campaign, Markey. 4 indictments against him. We sat for 6 weeks in a New York City, Manhattan courtroom throughout this summer as he faced unprecedented witch hunts. He survived 2 assassination attempts. They deplatformed on social media, tried to censor him, remove him off the ballot. But last night, his determination and his love for this country won. And it's clear the American people see Donald Trump as the leader that our country desperately needs to move us in the right direction for the next 4 years.
Caroline, let me ask you, this is obviously going to be the second time, as we know, that Donald Trump's in the White House. The first time during the transition, I remember it being there in New York. It was sort of chaotic all over the place. It was his first time having that environment and being in it. We all learn with time. We all learn with experience. And I wonder here over the next 75 days what Donald Trump does more of during this transition and what he does less of, having learned from the last time.
Well, it's 8:40 in the morning after the victory, so we haven't had those conversations with the president this morning. But what I will say is that we have a very successful transition team so far. We have Linda McMahon and Howard Lutnick, 2 very successful people that are leading the effort. They've been working very hard, and we will turn our attention to that now.
Yeah. What about any, insights into what a cabinet might look like? Who press secretary might be. Are you vying for that role, Caroline? Will we see you up there at that podium?
Again, it's way too early for any of those discussions. Right now, today is about relishing in this moment, this historic victory for President Trump, and I will leave those decisions to him. You know, he has said before that when he went to D.C. the first time, he was a New York guy. He wasn't a D.C. guy, so he was unfamiliar with the players in the game. Now President Trump understands who the real experts are and who the best people to lead this country are, so he will begin to make those decisions at the appropriate time.
Caroline Leavitt, as always, thank you for your time this morning. I was going to say maybe y'all get some sleep today, but I don't know, maybe not. It's a mad dash now to inauguration. Thank you so much, as always. All right, more election results and news for all America on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We have a brand new race to call from our partners over at Decision Desk DQ HQ. They project Republican Tim Sheehy will beat Democratic incumbent John Tester in Montana's Senate race. This will boost the GOP's newfound Senate majority even more. This race saw a record amount of spending there. Michigan's Senate race is also getting a lot of attention, too. You have Democrat Alyssa Slotkin and Republican Mike Rogers are only separated by a few thousand votes, with Slotkin in the lead. And of course, Donald Trump this morning celebrating his political comeback. DDHQ, the first to project him the winner of the presidential election. Up next, we have Congressman Tim Burchett joining Blake. How many dadgummits are we going to get in that interview? Stick around, find out. My bet's on 3.
All right. Welcome back here to Morning in America. With the election in the books, President Trump now being the president-elect, and Republicans projected to control at least the Senate and potentially here the House. It's at least looking in that direction. Where do things go from here in Washington? Joining me now is Congressman Tim Burchett. He is a Republican from Tennessee. Congressman, always nice to see you. Speak to you. Good morning, sir. Thanks for being with us here on Morning in America. It is the DDHQ who has been first and accurate on this right now. This election has the House at 218, 217 Republican. How confident are you that Republicans end up winning the House right now, or don't you know?
Well, of course, there's always the unknown, but I'm very confident in the fact that we will, because you see what's happened in the Senate, and of course with President Trump, I can't imagine us not doing that and putting that into the hands of the Democrats. Their left-wing policies have put us in incredible debt, and we've just overcome years of incredible inflation, and of course the surge over the border has been devastating.
Congressman, I was White House correspondent for the 4 years of the Trump administration. I was there every single day, basically, and I remember 2017 very well. Republicans had control of Washington. The first thing they were going to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. That didn't happen. The second thing they were going to do was rewrite the tax code. That did happen. The third thing that was going to happen after that was infrastructure, and that kind of became a punchline here in town. Why do you think that Republicans, especially given that this could be the slimmest of margins in the House, will be able to get done what Donald Trump wants to get done in full this time?
Well, first of all, Tim Burchett wasn't in Congress then, so
yeah, no, I'm not saying you. You're right to point that out. I'm going big picture here. The day after the election.
Dadgummit, we got to grow up. We see what the country wants and the country needs. The president has talked about bringing in Elon Musk, at least he has to me, and reducing the size of government. I think we all know that the government's bloated. Those are some things I think that are attainable and we can sell to the American public. For instance, our education system, the Department of Education. There's not one dadgum bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. that's taught a kid how to read or write in Tennessee. And they're worse than the mob. They take their cut right off the top. I mean, the Lord only takes 10% with tithe, and the billions that Washington, D.C. soaks up before it goes to the states. Send that money to the states. And let the locals and the school boards and the state legislatures decide. Things like that.
Are you saying get rid of the Department of Education?
I am. Send that money to the states. Let the states decide what they do. What fits in Los Angeles, California, does not necessarily fit in East Tennessee. So I think that would be, and I think the money would go a whole lot farther that way as well, because the bureaucrats wouldn't take their share. And we've seen in FEMA similar things. I would like to see us start regulating, and maybe groups like Samaritan's Purse or something. We could start doing things like that. We saw many of the shortfalls that FEMA had. There's people up there still don't have electricity or running water, and the FEMA folks are in a Walmart parking lot staying in a $300 a night motel, and we've just forgotten about those people. But I think we could eliminate that bureaucracy, and we could do that across the board.
All right, Congressman Tim Burchett, busy morning, as you know. I thank you for joining us here on Morning in America. We got to leave it there, but talk to you again soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yep, more news for all America on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Morning in America, everybody. You know, Blake, I was just thinking, half the country waking up celebrating this morning, half the country waking up devastated. And I know you were just FaceTiming one of your kids, telling them have a good day at school. And I just thought to myself, you know, what a great reminder that no matter what camp you're in this morning, it's a reminder that life goes on for all of us
Life goes on. I was just FaceTiming the kids. They were walking to the bus stop, and you know what? You're right, Marky. You're a parent as well. There's millions, tens of millions waking up today, right now, saying, you know what? They're going to go about their daily lives, and we live in the best country on this planet.
Yeah.
And life goes on, and everything is going to be just fine.
We're going to be okay. Yeah, no matter what happens at work, no matter what happens in this race, we get to go home to them at the end of the day. And it's all that matters. So they're the great perspective givers. That's what I call them.
Yep, indeed.
You're pulling double duty tonight still? Again?
Yeah, I was just, after I hung up with the kids on the FaceTime, the executive producer walked in. He was like, what do you want to do tonight at 6 o'clock?
Go to sleep.
I'm only just getting started here, Marky.
What's your bagel and donut count by this, or coffee count by this point?
Sorry, they were in my ear.
20 coffees, 20 bagels, somewhere.
Oh, a lot. I had a Diet Coke at 6 in the morning for breakfast. I don't know the last time I've done that.
Fuel. Got to treat your body like a temple during election week. Yep. That's what I say. Hey, Blake, I'll see you tomorrow. Again, watch him on the Hill tonight and every weeknight starting at 6, 5 Central. All right, that does it for us. Marnie Hughes here to continue our coverage over on News Nation Live. Hey, Marnie.
Hi there, Marky. Okay, here we go. It's Wednesday, November 6th. It is time for News Nation Live.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
All right, good morning to you from all of us here at News Nation. Some of you may be starting your day excited, others disappointed. Whatever the emotion you are feeling right now, we understand the exhaustion from a long and grueling election cycle. The results are in, Republicans celebrating the biggest win in modern-day American politics for their party, and News Nation and Decision Desk headquarters projecting former President Donald Trump will head back to the White House for a second term. According to our partners at Decision Desk headquarters, Trump has 286 electoral votes so far, more than the 270 needed to win back the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris, 226 electoral votes. Battlegrounds, Michigan and Arizona, still too close to call. Let's go to the headlines on the newspapers this morning. The Washington Post, Trump triumphs. The New York Times, Trump storms back. USA Today, Trump reclaims the White House. Trump declaring victory in the early hours of the morning around 1:30, calling it the greatest political movement of all time.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
We're also getting reaction from leaders around the world, among them Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, calling it history's greatest comeback. Britain's Prime Minister echoing that, calling the victory historic, saying he's looking forward to working with Donald Trump in the years ahead. Trump will enter the White House with a Republican-controlled Senate. Decision Desk headquarters projects right now Republicans have won the 51 seats needed for the majority, adding 2 seats. Democrats have won 42 seats, losing 2 so far. The House majority, however, that's a different story. It's too close to call this morning. Right now, Republicans are projected to win 200 seats. Democrats have 188. 218 is the number needed for the majority. Here now, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief Mike Vaquera. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I don't know what it is for you, but as you take all of this in and the results, News Nation and Decision Desk headquarters, the first to call the race for president. At what point did you start to see the tea leaves? For me, it was North Carolina.
Well, North Carolina, and of course, you're right, DDHQ and News Nation were the first to call both Georgia and North Carolina. There was a lot of trepidation, a lot of hesitation from others because of those urban areas around Charlotte, Fulton County in Georgia as well as when you move on to Philadelphia, Detroit and Milwaukee, about how those votes were coming in. And I think that's part of the story over the course of the last 24 hours. You know, Donald Trump, in the past in politics, we talked a lot about the Obama coalition in 2008 and 2012. Well, Donald Trump has fashioned his own kind of coalition, and he's really turned a lot of political assumptions on their heads and is going to cause a big reevaluation of conventional political wisdom, I think, going forward, Marnie. You look at some of the people in this so-called coalition, or at least what I'm calling a coalition, Latino men voting, a majority of them voting for Donald Trump. African Americans. We talked about the vote around Milwaukee. We talked about the vote in Detroit and other urban centers in Philadelphia. African American men going towards Donald Trump in a big way, although perhaps not a majority. The women's vote, and you ask, what was our first inkling? It's when the vote in those suburban collar counties that we talked about so much around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Montgomery County, Macomb County, in Michigan, Dane County, in Wisconsin brings up another segment of this population, these folks that perhaps did not go as strongly for Democrats as Democrats would have hoped, and that would be the youth vote, because Dane County is the home of the University of Wisconsin in Madison. So a number of factors here, a number of demographic factors went Trump's way, did not show up for Kamala Harris, and I think that is the story of this 2024 election, Marnie.
Yeah, a lot of pretty interesting data here when you talk about urban centers, New York, Cook County, and here in the Chicago area. But then it also became an early indicator as I was watching Georgia, and we were talking to the Secretary of State here at News Nation on the air last night, and he said 200,000 more voters showed up during this cycle than they did last time around. And then you start talking about the rural areas and Trump's reach to his base in those rural areas. What type of message does that send? What do you pick out of that data?
Well, what I pick out of the data, and you mentioned some of the close, unexpectedly close races in what are considered Democratic no-brainers, strongholds. I mean, you look at the race as a whole in New York State, and particularly in New York City. We were talking about that a lot last night. Shockingly strong turnout for Donald Trump. Obviously, he didn't win New York, but it was the same story in New Jersey. You look at some of the counties, the other counties in Pennsylvania outside of those collar counties in Philadelphia. You look at Luzerne County, Lackawanna County, Lehigh County. Some of these counties with significant Hispanic populations, all of them going for Trump, and that's unexpected, or at least Trump with a very strong showing. And when you start to talk about the vote in the aggregate, it's kind of dangerous at this point, Marnie, because there's so many votes nationwide that are still yet to be counted, particularly in California. But you know, Donald Trump right now, I think in the aggregate stands at 71 million. That's 10 million below what Joe Biden won with 4 years ago. So again, hard to really to draw too many conclusions at this early time. But certainly Kamala Harris well below what even Donald Trump did, 12 million below what Donald Trump did 4 years ago, when she only has 66 million at this point, Mark.
Yeah, a lot we can glean from the popular vote at this point. Also, the results in the Senate with Republicans gaining control of the Senate right now. What stands out to you about some of the results in these races and some of the closeness as we have about a minute or so left in the House races?
Right. Well, I mean, it was a good map for Republicans in the Senate to begin with, right? They had Democrats were defending seats in red states in Montana with John Tester, who DDHQ has just called that for his opponent, Tim Sheehy. Montana now flipping from Democrat to Republican. Sherrod Brown, the longtime left-leaning senator from Ohio, survived all these years, political gravity finally bringing him down. So that was part of it. And many of these folks, Tester and Brown in particular, ran ahead of Kamala Harris in their states. The House of Representatives now, Marnie, you know, as a longtime House reporter, all eyes have to be on the House, because if it goes Democratic, if Hakeem Jeffries, as opposed to Mike Johnson, is the next Speaker of the House, then that is the pressure point. And a lot of President Trump's agendas, President-elect Trump's agenda, I should say, is going to rest on in the House of Representatives, and whether or not Democrats or Republicans are running the place. Because when you're in the House of Representatives, unlike the Senate, with all its funny rules, the House is just straight-up majority rules. They rule almost one of the tyrannical majority. That a lot is going to be resting on how those races turned out. And we're not going to even find out probably for the next week, because California counts its ballots so very slowly, Mark.
Right. And you have to recall the last time around, his first time in office, he served at the luxury of having the House and Senate to start his term, both Republican. We'll see if that happens too soon to know. Mike, thank you so much. We'll see you again in the next hour. Based on the results so far, You have to wonder if this is a wake-up call for the Democratic Party. Former political candidate and Democratic strategist Morgan Harper and Republican strategist and former political operative John Seaton are both with us this morning digesting this news. Thanks to you both, as always. You've been with us along the campaign trail, and here we are with some results. Morgan, let me start with you. For Democrats, is there some soul-searching going on as you look at where the numbers fell presidentially?
I certainly hope so. I mean, this was a very bad night for Democrats, clearly, based on all the data you all just ran through. And to put a finer point on that, I mean, this wasn't a situation where we didn't have enough financial resources. Kamala Harris was able to raise a tremendous amount of money in a very short period of time. Yes, there could be the argument that she would have benefited from even more time to build her profile and get her name out there. But there was a lot of resources to run the strategy that her campaign decided on. And I think based on these results, we have to conclude that there was something fundamentally wrong with the message based on how little support it was able to generate across a lot of core demographics for the Democratic coalition. So whatever that means at this point, what I think it should mean moving forward is that we do a lot of reflection on how much we're focused on economic issues, how directly we are speaking to those issues, to the working class voters in particular, to be able to revive some of our electoral success, both at the presidential level and some of the Senate races moving forward, too.
John, let me bring you in here. To what do you attribute Trump's win, taking him back to the White House for a second term, based on some of the numbers we've seen so far?
Sure, and as was mentioned, it wasn't just one demographic group; it was a number of demographics that moved, who had been kind of more swingy or had been in the Democratic coalition that did move, at least in this election, to Donald Trump. And I think, look, the American people have kind of voiced and have been in polling for the last several years. They are not happy with the direction that this country is going. They feel like the country's off on the wrong track. While maybe inflation is getting marginally better, prices are still way too high for a lot of Americans, certainly those who are living paycheck to paycheck. And that, I think, was first and foremost at people's, the front of people's mind. They really feel like this country needs to take on a new direction, and they certainly see Donald Trump as a vehicle to do that.
Morgan, you talk about messaging. What does regrouping look like? And we're still waiting on House results, but for the Democratic Party in the next few months, how do you think that reset plays forward?
Yeah, well, and I want to just respond to one thing that my fellow panelists just said about the mandate or what we can interpret about Donald Trump's support and what direction from this. I mean, certainly he won. So there was support for him to become president. I don't know that there's a clear mandate on exactly what he is going to do as president, since he didn't talk about a lot of specifics throughout the campaign. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to watch, who he puts in different appointed positions, who they're able to get through confirmation process, all of that. But in terms of what we as a Democratic Party, I think, need to continue to focus on, it is this idea that we cannot continue to waffle on speaking to the working class. I think there was a tendency in this campaign to occasionally touch on some of the strong economic ideas that Vice President Harris was putting forward, in my opinion, banning price gouging, taking on middlemen in pharmacy. These are bipartisan issues. These are issues that a lot of American people, urban, rural, support. She would touch on it sometimes, and then we wouldn't hear about it for several appearances. I think we as a party need to be clear that this has to be a consistent focus for us, in addition to the consistent communication that we need to have around these issues as well. I mean, and just mentioning too here, I'm based in Columbus, Ohio, so Sherrod Brown's loss was also a really big hit for us as a party. And that's another example. We had a lot of financial resources. There was a ground game, just like we saw in the swing states for the presidential race, but something about the message wasn't clicking. I do think there's this desire among a lot of folks from, that identify as independent in both parties to have folks that aren't as much as presenting as career politicians on the Democratic side, and that are going to go aggressively to bring economic value to the American people. And, we have to decide on that, commit to it, and really start to integrate it throughout all of the races that we're running moving forward.
I think the hope from both parties is more reaching across the aisle, right? There's got to be more middle ground in what has felt so divisive over the last 2 years, really, 4 if you're really counting. John, talking about specifics that Morgan was bringing up in terms of what Trump promised on the campaign trail, Jason Miller, his senior advisor, said the president-elect's first order of business after he takes office will be executive actions to get back to drilling, that's a quote, and reinstate Trump-era border policies. What do you start to see as the major priorities and how that plays out?
Well, look, I'll leave it to lawyers to figure out what can be done by executive action and what would take an act of Congress. But I think the former, now future president has been very clear that he's very concerned about what's going on, especially at the southern border. It's out of control, and there's real concerns when it comes not just to what it means for America economically, but also in terms of crime, in terms of just this influx of people who we don't know exactly who they are, and what they're going to do when they get here. So I do think that that's one area that Americans spoke pretty loudly and clearly. They want something done about the southern border. They do want energy independence. They do want to make sure that our country is taking advantage of its natural resources to make gas cheaper to get to work or pick up groceries. And so I do think that those are two areas that right off the bat the Trump administration can really hone in on and make a real difference in terms of how Americans live their day-to-day lives. So I'm interested to see how he goes about doing that. But I do think that there's a pretty clear mandate that American voters and the American people want something done on kind of those core issues that affect them every single day.
I know everybody's running on fumes at this hour. Morgan and John, thank you so much for getting up early with us.
Thanks for having us.
Good to be with you.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
Donald Trump declaring victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him to win the presidency. Votes are still being counted in battleground Pennsylvania. The mayor of Allentown will be joining us this morning live as our election coverage continues here on News Nation Straight Ahead. And history made. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. And in Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester wins her race to become the first woman and first black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen. Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Whalen III. And in New Jersey, 3-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat. He now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. We've got more election updates straight ahead on this Wednesday morning here on News Nation. We are waiting to hear from the presumptive presidential-elect Donald J. Trump this morning. News Nation and Decision Desk headquarters projecting Trump will be heading back to the White House in Washington for a second term. At this hour, more and more media outlets are now joining that call. Brooke Schaefer is live at Mar-a-Lago with the latest from Trump's team at this hour. I would imagine he's getting some rest after delivering that speech at about 1:30 in the morning. Brooke.
Yeah, a very late night for the Trump campaign. We know Trump now back at his Mar-a-Lago home here in Palm Beach, Florida. The Trump campaign today, we know, grateful for an overperformance in some of those critical swing states like Georgia. But we know from a campaign source that the campaign was also keenly focused on the numbers overnight coming out of Pennsylvania, saying they knew the road to the White House went straight through the Keystone State. The Trump campaign, though, ultimately boosted by a shift with Hispanic and Black voters and men who the Trump campaign targeted aggressively. Trump overnight calling it a unified coalition. The Trump camp arguing their messaging to voters frustrated with the border and the economy is really what brought it home for them. Trump, in his victory speech overnight, thanking hardworking Americans, he said showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
And Trump making that speech to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida, early this morning, as you mentioned, Marnie, around 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. Trump calling this a political victory the country's never seen before, while also in that speech shifting his focus to the future, calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Now, next up for Trump, of course, choosing that team that will go back to the White House with him. But as of right now, no official events so far just scheduled just yet for Trump today. Marnie?
All right, Brooke, thank you for that update. And as Brooke was saying, one of the biggest moments of the night when Trump was projected to win the battleground state of Pennsylvania, seen as potentially the most crucial swing state in the entire country. Almost all of the votes have been counted there, and he is winning by at least a 2-point margin. Polling did have him with a razor-thin lead, and there were some concerns that he would struggle with the Latino vote after a comedian's joke about Puerto Rico at one of his rallies in the closing weeks. The other big race in Pennsylvania, the Senate race, where Democrat incumbent Bob Casey is losing to Republican David McCormick at the moment. A winner has not been declared in that race yet. Joining us now is Matt Turk, the mayor of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Appreciate you being with us. First of all, let's talk about your state and the results in the presidential race. To what do you attribute Trump's win and Democrats' messaging, or maybe missed messaging, in this election?
I mean, President Trump, or former President Trump and President-elect Trump, it looks like, won because he got more votes in Pennsylvania. I mean, there's nothing else to attribute it to. The ground game for the Harris campaign was incredibly strong. We talked with every voter across the state of Pennsylvania, and the message didn't resonate. I think that people responded ultimately to promises made. I think you heard President-elect Trump refer to promises made there. We'll see what happens with keeping those promises. I think there's a lot said, a lot of campaign promises that were made, and people bought into a hope for the future. Hopefully the president-elect can deliver on that and meet the needs of Pennsylvanians, and particularly people here in the city of Allentown.
I brought up Puerto Rico a moment ago, Allentown, majority Hispanic city, but we've seen support for Democrats kind of erode in the last 8 or so years leading into this election. Why might that be?
Listen, the Latinos, Allentown's a majority Latino city. I'm the first Latino mayor of this city. Latinos are focused on kitchen table issues. We're interested primarily in positive economic opportunity outcomes for our residents. That looks like housing. It looks like investments in education for our children. It looks like available childcare. That's what our residents are fundamentally interested in. Again, if the Trump campaign is making promises and people buy into that, we hope that they can fulfill those promises. There's a strong need for housing. We need to build more housing. The reason that the prices are what they are in a place like Allentown is there's just tremendous demand for people to be here, and the housing supply hasn't met that demand. So if the Trump campaign can deliver on the ability to invest in housing in Allentown and across Pennsylvania, that'll be good for our residents. I hope that those promises are kept, and that we also continue to support each other through the next 4 years.
The Senate race has not been called yet. As I just mentioned, Republican David McCormick does have the lead. What are you seeing in some of the numbers and how this election has gone, the process in your community?
Yeah, I mean, whether it is the presidential race or the Senate race or here in Pennsylvania 7, which is our congressional district, we knew it was going to be an incredibly tight race. So while we're waiting for those numbers to be counted, we're thinking about what the future looks like for a city like Allentown. Allentown and cities across the Commonwealth and across the United States they need federal support to do the things that we want to do to make life better for our residents, whether that's making investments in safer roads or safer communities or building housing. Bob Casey has been a strong advocate and a strong supporter of improved outcomes in places like Allentown. I hope that he pulls through. He was a good friend to the city of Allentown. But if Mr. McCormick wins the election, we look forward to working with his office to meet the needs of our residents. There's a need to make investments in places like Pennsylvania, and we count on federal support to do that. So we're looking for that from the Trump administration, and we'll be looking for it from our Senate and congressional delegations as well.
More broadly, Mr. Mayor, what is the call to Democrats right now as they regroup? Will we see more reaching across the aisle, more collaboration between the parties as a result of this election?
I mean, so I'm a mayor, and mayors are fundamentally focused on meeting the needs of our residents, irrespective of their parties. So we advocate, we work closely together as mayors, irrespective of our political party. We work with our congressional delegations, we work with our local elected officials, no matter what their parties are. We're focused on outcomes. And I would hope that the Congress would learn something from mayors and learn how to collaborate together to meet the needs of our residents. As Democrats, we're focused on, this wasn't the outcome that we hoped for. This is a disappointing outcome, but we are focused on supporting each other. There's a lot of people who are going to be struggling over the next 4 years, and we have to step up and make sure that we're supporting each other, irrespective of what their party is. And that's what I would ask from a Trump presidency as well, that they recognize the strong need to support residents of both political parties and make sure that our needs are met.
Yeah, that may be the silver lining, a call for both parties to work together, taking that note from mayors like yourself. Matt Turk, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Muchísimas gracias.
Control of Congress still in question at this hour. The key races that could determine the balance of power. That's straight ahead here on News Nation Live.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this.
All right, reaction now. Wall Street opening just a moment ago. It appears all major indices are in the green. Key states leaning toward Trump winning the presidency. European stocks also surging. Bitcoin jumps to a record high as well as the results come in. In addition to Donald Trump's projected win, Republicans also take control of the Senate for the first time in 4 years. The House, however, that is still in question, up for grabs. There are dozens of races yet to be called. News Nation's Alex Capriello joining us now with a breakdown of the congressional elections. What's the update at this hour, Alex?
Yeah, it looked like it could be a clean sweep for the Republican Party when we take a look at the balance of power in Congress. You mentioned already the Senate looks like to be Republican majority control. But when we take a look at the House Decision Desk HQ, given that a 58% chance that the Republicans take it. Here are 3 House races that are still up for grabs that I'm paying attention to. This first one is Nebraska. This looked like it could have been an actual upset, but ultimately, and let's see if we can make sure that we can pull up these election data from Nebraska. We go here to the U.S. House, and we make sure we're focusing on the 2nd Congressional District of Omaha. We see the incumbent Don Bacon able to actually hold on to this seat. Now, what makes this one interesting was at one point not that long ago, the Democrat Tony Vargas actually had about a 68% chance of upsetting, taking the seat away from the Republicans. Don Bacon holds on. Let's go ahead and take a look out at New York. We're going to first focus in on Congressional District number 22. This one, Marnie, was the upset. John Mannion, the Democrat, taking it away from Brandon Williams by, it looks to be, about almost 10 percentage points. What makes this one super interesting is Mannion was actually a state senator in the state of New York. He actually was the first Democrat to hold that seat in about 50 years. Now he's taking it to the federal level. Let's move a little bit south. We're now looking at Congressional District 19 here in Binghamton. This one is on track to be an upset, okay? So let's take a look. 1 percentage point separates these two contenders. Josh Riley, the Democrat, hoping to unseat Mark Molinaro. We're going to have to pay attention, wait to see when Decision Desk HQ ultimately makes this call. Should be soon. 99% estimated votes reporting in. We'll see if DDHQ actually makes that call sometime soon. We know 435 seats are up for grabs in the House. Right now, when we take a look and zoom out at the overall picture, 203 go to the GOP, so they're closing in on that 218 majority. Right now, DDHQ projects the House to look like 218 Republican, 217 Democrat. Before we leave, let's take a quick look at the U.S. Senate. As we mentioned, 52 seats, GOP control, several swing states to look at still and be decided. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. The goal being, even though the GOP might have control, how many more seats can they ultimately take with the Republican Party in charge of the executive branch and the legislative branch? That would be so much power in order to enact those sweeping overhauls of laws.
All right, Alex, thanks. We'll come back to you shortly. Liberty Vittert is with us now, professor of data science at Washington University in St. Louis and DDHQ senior data scientist. I bet you're having fun with the math of all of this, Liberty, right now, because we're getting way in the weeds. We know the presidential race is called, the Senate now going to Republicans. We'll see how many more seats they grab. But the House is still up for grabs. As you digest that data, what are you seeing in the closeness of some of these races yet to be called?
I mean, this is where the brass tacks is going to be come down to, and the real post-mortem is going to come to. You know, right now, I think, you know, the House is up for grabs, either Republican or Democrat. But there's obviously a really big interest in this, given that it would be the true trifecta. It may be days or even weeks until we know who has the House, because these races, it's so close. I mean, 218 to 217, it is just going to be so close that we don't know, especially in some of these states, Arizona or California, that take so long to count their ballots. It's really going to come down. It's certainly not going to be called today.
There's a lot we can learn from the numbers that we already have. And as we were looking at things progress in the last 24 hours as the results came in, what were the first signs to you, indicators that Republicans were going to have a good night?
Well, I think probably some of the biggest takeaways, especially when you look at some of the House and Senate seats, is that the Democrats were really a victim of something the Republicans were before. They picked the wrong candidates. You know, they put candidates up that were super, super progressive and just couldn't win in the general. You know, you can't beat somebody with nobody. And in a lot of these races, they basically had nobody because they had candidates that were so progressive that they couldn't win. And that's really who we see losing here and where the Republicans are really pushing forward.
When it comes to Donald Trump, I want to look at some of the numbers when it comes to urban and rural voting. And there were some really interesting data points. What stood out to you about the differences in where the votes came in, and red, redder, blue, bluer?
I mean, I think probably the biggest takeaway, and again, we're going to have a lot of postmortem on this as time goes on, is when the Latino vote really came out for Trump. It was sort of more than I think anyone really guessed. The polls were doing pretty good. I mean, if you want to say what's clear though, is in 2016 the polls were 5 points behind for Trump. In 2020 they were 5 points behind for Trump, and it looks like in 2024 they might have also been 5 points behind for Trump. So I don't know if pollsters are going to learn their lesson ever. They certainly haven't learned it in the past 12 years. At least this time they were on the right end of leaning towards Trump. But I think we're really going to see sort of a real discussion of how polls are being taken, because they are truly undercounting Trump voters time and time again.
Right. And you talk about Latinos. Women was another important voting bloc going into this election. What data do we have about women in this election? Something Kamala Harris was looking for support.
I think the most interesting thing we're going to see about women, or that we have seen, is that in 8 out of the 9 states, the abortion was on the ballot, and women went in and they voted to have more time, to increase abortion rights. But they also voted for Trump. So I think what Harris was really counting on was all of these women coming in to increase abortion rights and voting for her. But instead, they voted to increase abortion rights, but they stuck with Trump and stuck with Republicans. So people are saying they're okay with having these decisions made on the state level.
What's interesting about the math in all of this is the equation, the answer is the same, but how we got to it is much different. And I know you're going to have fun post-mortem looking through all that. Liberty Vittert, as always, thank you.
Thanks, Marnie.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
It was a disappointing bit of news for the crowd, not just Democrats nationwide, but for the crowd at Howard University. Vice President Harris did not speak as they had waited hours to hear from her last night. She is expected to address the American people today. Our partners at Decision Desk HQ projecting Trump will be the next president of the United States. He'll head back to the Oval Office for a second term. We expect to hear from him later this morning as well. We've got more election results straight ahead here on News Nation Live. Decision Desk headquarters projecting President Donald Trump has once again won the White House, and now the country is awaiting Vice President Kamala Harris's words on the outcome. News Nation's Tom Dempsey is at Howard University, where Harris was expected to speak last night. Many of her supporters waited hours to hear from her. That did not happen. Tom, what are you hearing from folks there this morning?
Hey, good morning, Marnie. From Howard University here in Washington, D.C. We're still waiting on an official time for when this speech will happen with Vice President Kamala Harris to talk about the 2024 election results and any other thoughts that might be on the mind of Vice President Harris this morning. But like you said, Howard University, the alma mater for Vice President Harris, supporters here hoped this campus would be the site of a victory party on election night. But as we know this morning, very much not the case. Instead, it seems somewhat similar to the event for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. The night started with excitement among supporters, but then as results continued to trickle in, the mood changed, much more quiet and much more subdued. Crowds began thinning out overnight, with supporters silent watching the state results getting posted. The vice president never made an appearance, but during the night, the campaign team, really tried to highlight things like overperforming turnout in areas like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and North Carolina. But as we know this morning, with the results still coming in, she ended up losing all of those states. Voters shifted red in many places, including in metro areas. We saw some big shifts in deep blue areas. That includes New York City. The vice president got around 600,000 fewer votes than President Biden back in 2020. In Houston, the vice president saw a lead of single-digit percentage points compared to 14 points by President Biden 4 years ago. Cook County in Illinois, home to Chicago, saw a big drop in support for Vice President Harris compared to President Biden. But similar types of stories in areas like Essex County in New Jersey, home to Newark, the Boston area, and even a smaller drop in Philadelphia. So I think that will be one of the takeaways for Democrats and the Harris campaign team looking back on this 2024 2024 election. But Marty, you know, we were out in Virginia at a polling location hearing from voters that I think we would have heard similar stories from voters in many other areas across the country, with the economy emerging as a top issue on the minds of voters. We spoke to a young mother who spoke about how it's not cheap to raise a family. She cited grocery prices. We spoke to a younger gentleman who said that he and his wife are trying to afford a house, and they're running into all sorts of financial challenges when it comes to that. They can't afford that new house that they want to get. So again, that was also very much on the minds of voters that we spoke to here in Virginia. But like I said, I think that was also on the minds of many voters across the country at Election Day, Marty.
All right, Tom Dempsey, thank you. Voters across the country enshrining abortion rights in this election into their state's constitutions. We've got more results straight ahead when we return. Republicans score another major victory with the re-election of Donald Trump, but Democrats not leaving the race empty-handed. Several states across the country now enshrining abortion rights into their state's constitution. Alex Capriello joining us now with a dive into some of these measures. Alex, abortion was on the ballot in 10 states. How have things panned out so far?
Yeah, Marty, this is a look at those 10 states that you're referencing, the results given to us by Decision Desk HQ. When we take a look at some of these measures, we have those that are expanding abortion access. You'll see 4 states here. Only one at this point has been called by Decision Desk HQ. That's Arizona, essentially codifying Roe into state law. 2 that are still too close to call: South Dakota and Missouri. South Dakota unlikely to pass is what we're hearing from DDHQ. As for Florida, the only one at this point that failed to pass. This comes despite Florida voters, majority of which saying that they approve of this measure, which is interesting, right? How can Florida voters say they approve, but it's still not passed? Well, in Florida specifically, you need a supermajority. 60% must say yes to it. As you can see, only 57.2 said yes. So that will not pass in the state of Florida. All right, measures on maintaining abortion access. Several more states to look at here. We're seeing a lot more green on the board, right? Nevada, Colorado, and Maryland. Too close to call still. We have Montana and the state of New York. One final slide I want to get to. This is the state of Nebraska, where we have 2 essentially competing initiatives on the ballot. Initiative 439, constitutional right to abortion, and Initiative 434, banning abortion after the first trimester. Look at this, neck and neck, Marty, 50% apiece for Initiative 439. And here for 434, a slight majority for a yes, 53.9. Basically, what we're hearing from the Secretary of State is these are competing, say both are approved. Well, the one initiative that has more of a yes majority share will be the one that actually gets enacted into law. We're still waiting on a final total count, only 75% of that vote in. But if it stays to these numbers, stays to these margins, then we're going to see 434 actually codified in the state of Nebraska. Again, something we're paying attention to this morning.
Yeah, so much you can extrapolate from all of this data. All right, Alex, thank you. Approaching the top of the hour now, Trump celebrating a big win, sealing his fate and a second term in the Oval Office. Ballots across several battleground states, though, still being tallied. The House remains up for grabs, and it may be days before we have an answer on that. All that ahead here on News Nation Live.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve.
Donald Trump heading back to the White House, the projected winner of the 2024 presidential race. That news giving many Americans hope this morning. For others, it's disappointment and trepidation. Here is the president-elect speaking to all Americans.
We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
All right, the results now, according to our partners at Decision Desk headquarters, Trump has 286 electoral votes, more than the 270 needed to win back the White House. So he'll head to Washington. Vice President Harris, 226 electoral votes. The battlegrounds, Michigan and Arizona, still have yet to be called, but those are the numbers where they stand. Trump declared the victory in the early morning hours, about 1:30 Eastern, calling it the greatest political movement of all time. Trump will enter the White House with a Republican-controlled Senate. Decision Desk headquarters projects now Republicans have won the 52 seats, adding 3 seats to their count, 51 needed for the majority. Democrats have won 43 seats, losing 2 so far. And just into the newsroom, Democrats gaining another seat in the Senate, incumbent Tammy Baldwin winning her seat in Wisconsin. The House majority, however, is too close to call. Right now, Republicans are projected to win 203 seats, Democrats 190, 218 needed for that majority. Here now, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief Mike Vaquera. Mike, I know that we're waiting for both President-elect Trump to speak and also Vice President Harris to speak. We're hearing that she has yet to make a call to Donald Trump to concede, but will likely do so.
Yeah, that's the tradition, right? In a night that is close to catastrophic for Democrats, depending on that outcome in the House and who gains the majority there, that is one tradition where the defeated candidate calls and makes an official concession to the victor. And of course, that would be Kamala Harris placing a call to Donald Trump sometime later today. We'll see if that happens. And when and if, and we do assume that we will hear from the vice president at some point today to concede publicly, and is expected to call for the peaceful transition of power back to the norms that we saw prior to 2020, when, of course, President Trump, the outgoing president, did not participate in a lot of those rituals, those time-honored rituals in that transition. But you talk about the House of Representatives. Why is it so important? Because you look at the agenda that President Trump, President-elect Trump, will bring, some of the things that he's promised over and over again on the campaign trail. It's a lot easier when he controls the majority in the House of Representatives under a Speaker, Mike Johnson, presumably, as opposed to a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat of New York who leads Democrats. Tax cuts, those tax cuts that President Trump enacted in his first term, he wants to extend those. Immigration policy, you know, he talked about mass deportations. He told our Allie Bradley in an interview not too long ago that he wants to employ or utilize or leverage local law enforcement to deport individuals who have been here for years, perhaps decades, some 11 million, an estimated 11 million people. How will that move forward? A lot of deregulation that he wants to move forward. Of course, he's got Elon Musk talking about cutting $2 trillion from the federal budget through a so-called efficiency initiative. Where would those cuts happen? Not to mention foreign policy, bad news for Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, of course, because the billions, the tens of billions of dollars in armaments and aid and intel assistance now all called into question. Good news, of course, for Benjamin Netanyahu, a close ally of President Trump, as he carries out the war in Gaza and in southern Lebanon against Hezbollah and against Iran. So a lot of things up in the air here in terms of who controls the House of Representatives, but certainly the president-elect is going to be pushing all of these things forward when he takes office on January 20th of next year.
Add to that list tariffs on places like China and Mexico, which he recently mentioned.
Which he can do without, he can do without Congress, incidentally.
Exactly.
He can impose a lot of those tariffs.
He says that without Congress, he can get back to drilling as well. When it comes to his agenda, we've got that. How about who he puts in cabinet positions? How soon will we start to hear those positions get filled?
Well, I think we're going to hear a lot of names floated. Of course, a couple of them have already been floated. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., of course, who's joined front and center of the Trump campaign in the closing months, as HHS secretary, something that frankly gives a lot of people alarm, given his stance as lifelong or career-long opposition to vaccines, something that concerns a lot of people. He's talking about abolishing the Department of Education, something that's been dearly held for a goal for conservatives going way back to the Republican Revolution of 1994. Is he going to be able to effectuate that? Put that in motion? That would be one less cabinet secretary that he'd have to worry about. And of course, there are other lesser number of positions. You know, the idea of Judge Aileen Cannon in Florida, who has before her in her courtroom many of the charges that have been brought against by the special prosecutor Jack Smith, floating her name as a possible attorney general or someone within the administration and law enforcement as well. So that remains to be seen whether that happens. And speaking of Jack Smith, we can expect that all of those investigations that he has overseen to go away first thing, perhaps the first minute in the Trump administration. Mark.
And then, Mike, when it comes to the business of Washington and what happens in D.C., Democrats are going to tend to their wounds right now and regroup. But then the question becomes to far-right Republicans, for example, does that more deeply embolden them in what we've seen play out in the House over the last couple of years?
You know, it's funny, you know, go back to 1984, you go back to 2012, 84 when Democrats were wiped out in that Ronald Reagan landslide, 2012 when Barack Obama won a second term over Mitt Romney. In both instances, the parties, Democrats in 84, Republicans in 2012, talked about a reevaluation, talked about an overhaul of their party, whether or not that's going to be going forward this time or not. What's clear is that the working class demographic, we talk a lot about the urban-rural divide. We also talk about the college, non-college divide in this country with folks that have not graduated from college overwhelmingly supporting President Trump in this election and in prior elections. But the working class vote that supported Donald Trump over the course of the last 24 hours, is evident at the polling places, has become more diverse. Latino men, black men, younger voters, particularly young men, supporting Donald Trump in numbers that were completely unexpected. So how will that affect the, quote, business as usual, as you put it in Washington, the assumptions, the political assumptions, and the way that Democrats try to appeal and message to potential voters? That all remains to be seen, but there are a lot of people already calling for a complete reevaluation of the way Democrats are approaching national politics.
And I don't know if you saw it, but we just flashed on the screen for the GOP in the House. Now that number is up to 206. What do you make, Mike, of the closeness of some of these races, particularly in a place like California, for example, which, as we crossed the country, talked about red states and blue states reliably, but that not really bearing true in this election. We're seeing some surprises.
Well, right. And in California, incidentally, when we're talking about who will ultimately control the House of Representatives, and incidentally, the House and Senate, the lame duck sessions will begin next Tuesday, a week from yesterday, back here in Washington. California is notoriously slow in counting their votes, so we may not know the outcome in the majority of the House in some of those contested races in the House of Representatives in California, stretching from the Central Valley and the San Joaquin Valley all the way down through Southern California and into San Diego. You know, we were just talking a minute ago, or you were, about Don Bacon and that seat in Omaha, Nebraska, the moderate Republican who's held that seat. He was thought to be a dead man walking. He wins by, what, 3 points in Omaha. I mean, that is an indication of the sort of coattails, if you will, that Donald Trump had in this election for Democrats down ballot. And you look at some of the races in New York and New York City area that we expected to go to Democrats, still a lot of them very close. And I think it's the same story throughout the country in terms of these House races and even the Senate races. A glimmer of hope, as you reported right at the top there, when Tammy Baldwin finally declared by decision to SHQ the winner, the sitting senator there in Wisconsin, defeating the Republican who was way behind in the polls, but closed very fast. And that is a pattern that we saw in Wisconsin. We saw it in neighboring Michigan, where we still do not have an answer. And we saw it in Pennsylvania, where both Bob Casey in Pennsylvania and the open seat race, Alyssa Slotkin against Mike Peters in Michigan. Those were races that were held for months, or leads that were held for months by the Democrats. Republicans closed fast at the end, and those still remain to be called. So I think some clear coattails for President Trump in terms of benefiting these down ballot Republicans, Marty.
Mike Vaquera in Washington, thanks for breaking it down with us. We'll see you again shortly. A couple things we're waiting for right now. One, for Vice President Harris to speak at some point today. First, she will make the call to Donald Trump. We're hearing she's preparing to do that and preparing her remarks for the American public. President-elect Trump will also be speaking sometime today, likely this morning. So when that happens, we'll bring it to you here on News Nation. Meantime, West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito is with us to talk about the results. Senator, thank you for being back. First of all, just your reaction this morning as you wake up and sort of digest what we know so far and what has happened.
Well, my reaction is what a fantastic night. The Senate majority has been regained by Republicans, which is obviously, I think, something that I was extremely interested in, and West Virginia did our part there. But also the overwhelming support of President Trump throughout the country is not stunning so much, but it is, I think, a statement. And I think it's a statement that the direction that the country's been going in is felt to be detrimental to many, many working men and women across the country, and certainly my state, which was overwhelmingly over 70% for President Trump. So I think it's been fun to watch, and I'm hoping that we can pull a few more senators in that are still yet to be called.
I was just talking to Mike about the business of Washington, and there could be some concern from some in the Democratic Party and just Americans who are on the fence going into this election about the far left, the far right, and if this further emboldens Republicans in Washington who want to see the silver lining, that work gets done, that folks reach across the aisle. What message does this send to both parties as you all head to Washington to do that work? And is there a silver lining in some of the results we're seeing?
There absolutely is a silver lining. I think, first of all, the fact that the American public wanted a change from the previous administration. I think if you're going to look at stymied work and things that weren't getting done, or at least the things that Americans care about, that's what they saw. They want a safer border. They want better inflation under control that's meaningful for them when they go to the grocery store. They want an America that's stronger on the national and international stage, and they want an energy policy that makes sense. And so I think that, to me, that is where President Trump will go the first, and will also have the Congress in support. And I believe it will be bipartisan support, because I think the Democrats have to figure out at this election what they were selling, nobody was buying, or not enough people were buying, and certainly in certain areas of the country, stunningly so, where working men and women are losing their jobs or their paychecks are getting stretched too thin. So I think it's too early to judge how much togetherness we will have, but I predict that we will outshine that, and because people want things accomplished, and that's what we're there for.
Right, from both sides. Well said, Senator.
Absolutely.
Senator Shelley Moore Capito, thank you this morning. Congratulations to your party. A big night as we're still waiting on those House results to come in.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Have a good day.
You as well. Republicans retaking control of the Senate, as we were just discussing. Overall control of Congress up for grabs, though. We're going to talk more about the key races that could determine that balance of power and getting that important work done in Washington. Tuesday, history making on some of the down ballot races. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks will be the first black senator from her state. In Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester won her race to become the first woman and first black person to represent the state in the Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen. Also, Delaware electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Whalen III. And in New Jersey, 3-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat. He now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. We've got many more updates throughout the hour from our 2024 election board. Much more ahead here on News Nation Live. All right, Wall Street on this Wednesday morning, opening about an hour ago, appears all the major indices responding to the news in this election in the green at this hour. Key states leaning toward Trump winning the presidency, and Decision Desk HQ projecting as such. European stocks also surging, Bitcoin jumping to a record high as well on the news. In the House, Democrats ticking up to 191 now. In the Senate, Democrats securing a 44th seat. Independent King, Angus King, caucusing with Democrats, securing his seat in the U.S. Senate. Minutes ago, projected Vice President-elect J.D. Vance thanking his voters on X, saying thank you to my beautiful wife for making it possible to do this, to President Donald J. Trump for giving me an opportunity to serve our country at this level, and to the American people for their trust. I will never stop fighting for all of you. All right, now we're waiting to hear from the presumptive president-elect Donald Trump this morning. News Nation and Decision Desk projecting him the winner. He'll head back to Washington in the Oval Office for a second term. Brooke Schaefer is live for us at Mar-a-Lago. There's a process to all of this, and we're hearing that Vice President Kamala Harris will likely call him, is preparing to do so to concede the election. So that happens likely before he speaks again to the American public.
Absolutely, and we know that the now president-elect spent the night here at his Mar-a-Lago home. As you can likely hear in the background, we have throughout the morning heard some Trump supporters driving past, honking their horns. A late night, early morning, if you will, for the Trump campaign, but excitement for the Trump supporters today. The Trump campaign today, we know, grateful for an overperformance in some of those critical swing states, states like Georgia. A campaign source, we were told, also said that they were keenly focused on the numbers that were coming out of Pennsylvania. A campaign source saying that Trump was glued to the TV as those numbers were coming in. The Trump campaign boosted by shifts with Hispanic and Black voters and men who the Trump campaign targeted aggressively. Trump overnight calling it a unified coalition, arguing that their messaging to voters frustrated with the border and the economy is really what brought it home for them. Trump, in his victory speech, thanking those hardworking Americans he said showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
And Trump making that speech to supporters in Palm Beach, Florida, early this morning around 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. Trump calling this a political victory the country has never seen before, while also in his speech shifting his focus to the future, calling for unity.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
And of course, next up, we know, is the transition as Trump decides who will head back to the White House with him. As of right now, we're still waiting on an official schedule of what his day could look like today. Marnie?
All right, Brooke Schaefer at Mar-a-Lago. Brooke, thank you. Based on our results so far, many are asking if this is a wake-up call for the Democratic Party. There are those this morning asking if the party needs an overhaul. Decision Desk HQ data showing Harris receiving less votes than Biden did in 2020. Here now, political contributor Chris Hahn and Republican strategist Whitley Yates. Chris, I'll begin with you, and I said this at the top of the hour. There are some that are waking up this morning excited, exuberant, hopeful, others disappointed, exhausted, trepidatious. How are you digesting the news, and is this a reset for the Democratic Party?
Well, I've been wrong in my life about elections, but I have never been this wrong. Although I did get the hour right when they were going to call the election, just the wrong way. So my feeling is, look, the Democratic Party has been losing ground with working class voters. And it's not just white working class voters. It is also Latino working class voters. And they've got some soul searching to do about how to bring those voters back into the fold. They clearly did not like what we were selling this year, and it is time for us to figure out why. And I don't think it was an economic issue either. It might be other issues that Donald Trump was able to tap into. I also think that we completely underestimated the movement that was Donald Trump, right? It wasn't just a typical political campaign. His supporters have a devotion to him similar to, what a sports team gets from their fans. I mean, I'm going to be a Yankee fan regardless of how bad they played in that game 5, no matter what. And I think there are Trump fans out there that will be with him no matter what he does. And I think that was a big underestimation by Democrats. We underestimated how women would vote. There are lots of things that Democrats have to figure out, but they've got to get the messaging right. Or it could just be like with the rest of the world. Voters have just been throwing the bums out every chance they get. And in this case, Kamala Harris was the incumbent, and they threw her out. So we'll see. Look, I was wrong about the election. I hope I'm wrong about Donald Trump's intentions for the country. I congratulate him today. I congratulate Republicans who won around the country, because I think as an American, it is our responsibility to tip our hats when we lose an election and promise to be the loyal opposition and work towards a better country.
Right. And I think we can together celebrate the process, right? We had a really smooth day. I mean, on this Wednesday morning, I, for one, Chris, was wrong. I didn't think we'd have results until later in the week. Whitley, Donald Trump can celebrate this. Republicans can celebrate this. What do you anticipate, though, and how he meets this moment? Does he double down on some of what we've seen on the campaign trail, or as he spoke to Americans early this morning, to all Americans, I am here to deliver on promises, and I am a president for all of the country. How do you expect him to seize this opportunity?
I'm just so thankful that my guest here can admit when he's wrong. I have stated this time and time again on this network that siloing this campaign into one issue for Americans is never going to be the talking point that's going to win. It was not focusing on our wounds, but on our wallets and on our pockets. And what you were able to see around the nation is that they spoke, and they spoke loudly about what they cared about. There is no confusion. There is no contest. This was a mandate. And so what has to happen, what must happen for all Republicans that have been elected right now is we cannot run off of resonance. This isn't time for a victory lap. It's time to show results, because the truth is we're looking for substantive leadership, substantive policies that change the trajectory of this country. And if they don't get to work ASAP, then we are going to be the party of ideologues with no impact.
Yeah, no time for gloating, right? Nobody likes that. Chris, you talk about what the priority was for voters in this election, and we always hear the economy. Did Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party underestimate immigration, for example, as a driving issue in this race, something that Trump capitalized on?
Yes, absolutely. They underestimated immigration. They underestimated the impact immigration and the connection that Trump was making with immigration to the economy and almost to everything. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, Chris Cuomo on our network did a town hall with J.D. Vance. I was on right after it. And I was mocking J.D. Vance connecting immigration to everything. But no, that was actually a good strategy. And it clearly worked. I think we're going to dissect the exit polls and what happened over the next couple of months. But, Whitley correctly points out, Republicans better get to work. They better deliver. The congressional elections are less than 2 years away. And maybe a day after that, the people will start announcing who's running for president again, right? So we are always in a cycle here in the United States of America. And we have to understand what the voters want and meet them where they are. And the Democrats clearly did not do that last night. We will be fortunate if we win the House, and I'm not bullish on that at the moment. The numbers that we're seeing in states like New York and New Jersey that were much tighter than they were in past years, says to me that we've got a lot of work to do, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. And there's some soul searching, and we got to figure out the direction that the Democratic Party wants to take going forward.
Yeah, time to regroup. My heart just skipped a beat there for the wrong reasons when you said we're already looking ahead to next time. I think I need a minute. I think I need a minute. Hey, respectful as always, Chris
Full
Whitley.
employment for pundits.
I know, exactly right. Job security. Thank you both this morning. Appreciate it. Our partners at Decision Desk HQ projecting Trump will be the next president of the United States. Still ahead, we're going to take a look at some of the numbers in the battleground states. Places still counting the votes and the closeness of these House races and the balance of power. Straight ahead.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special.
Former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, saying that he will usher in a golden age of America. Projected win in battleground Wisconsin, pushing him past that 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House and head back to Washington. Trump with 286 electoral votes so far with the count. Vice President Harris, 226. Battlegrounds Michigan and Arizona still counting their ballots, and those states too close to call, but we've got those final numbers. The congressional races, however, slowly coming in. Democrats now stand at 191, Republicans leading with 206. Either party would need 218 for the majority. In the Senate, Democrats securing 44 seats, Republicans up 3 with a current total of 52. The latest results out of Maine, independent Angus King winning re-election. That state uses ranked choice voting. King usually caucuses with the Democratic Party. Joining us once again, Liberty Vittert, professor of data science at Washington University in St. Louis and DDHQ senior data scientist. As we take a look at these numbers and the different demographics, I know Latino men is something that stood out to you. How so?
I think nobody knew how far they were going to go for Trump. You know, the two sort of voting factors that people were wondering about was how far Latino men and women were going to go for Trump and how far young white women were going to go for Harris. And what we clearly see is that the Latino vote more than turned out for Trump, actually a lot more than projected, and the white female vote just didn't turn out for Harris.
The other thing that's interesting to extrapolate is the abortion issue on the ballot in a number of states, but you have Trump winning in a lot of those states. What do you make of some of how those numbers unraveled?
You know, the Democrats really sort of hung their hat on the idea that with the abortion amendments in on these states, that it would turn out a huge amount of women to be able to vote for sort of more less restrictive abortion access and then to vote for Harris. But what's fascinating is that in these states, all of these amendments, 8 out of 9 of them were overturned. So women did come out and vote for more abortion rights, but they also voted for Trump. They didn't vote for Harris. So they really sort of hung their hats on this correlation of women who are voting for more abortion rights also vote for a Democrat. And instead, we have women who are voting for more abortion rights voting for Trump.
And the other big issue is immigration, right? We talk about the economy, inflation, but immigration, Trump talked about it on the campaign trail, his running mate. It was central. A missed opportunity, some Democrats this morning tending to their wounds, saying Harris should have done more to talk about immigration and distancing herself from Biden.
I mean, she should have done more, but it's also hard to distance yourself when you're the vice president. I mean, I think a lot of Democrats really sort of got into this la-la land of thinking that she could be the turn-the-page candidate. I mean, she was there when they hid how sort of Biden really couldn't be president anymore, and she was there for the 4 years that it allowed 10 million people into the country. So I think everyone got into their own echo chamber, thinking that they could move on from where she has been on immigration over the past 4 years and all of a sudden be reinvented into something else. And it simply didn't fool the American people.
So we're still waiting. The House is outstanding with results coming in. What are you looking at in these House races? How close is it? Will Trump have the luxury of having both chambers of Congress Republican?
Well, you know, at DDHQ, we just updated our projections to about an 80% chance that it will be a Republican-held House, which would give the trifecta of President, Senate, and House. It's really going to come down to California and Arizona. These are two states that simply just take longer to count their ballots. So it might be a couple days before we know whether the House is taken or not, but we're certainly leaning that way right now. But it's really going to come down to the wire, and it's certainly not going to be by a big lead.
Yeah, those probabilities I thought were really interesting. Just one note on that before we go. What goes into the probabilities? Because it was something that I watched uniquely to News Nation and DDHQ last night as the results came in.
You know, it's all statistical analysis. So as my dad gets really, as soon as I get into it, my dad looks at me and gets really bored when I start talking about this deep statistical analysis.
Yeah.
But it's all about which counties are the most important, the historical data that goes into these counties to really see what the chances are that if you have this many votes from this many counties, is it possible for somebody else to win, is where all those probabilities come from.
Yeah, not only was it possible, it came to fruition and became a really great predictor of accuracy. Liberty, thank you. Appreciate it as always. Still ahead.
Thank you.
We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other.
Donald Trump declaring that victory after Decision Desk HQ projects him the winner of the White House. How the 2024 election will be remembered in the history books. Still ahead. So for only the second time in American history, a president set to win the election after losing their first re-election bid. The only other time that has happened was Grover Cleveland. That was in the late 19th century. He lost in 1888 to Benjamin Harrison, largely due to losing in key swing states, despite winning the popular vote. However, 4 years later, he ran again and he won, as voters were unhappy with Harrison's economic policies. The historic election is one of several that we've seen over the last 100 years. You have FDR winning a fourth term in 1944. 1960, JFK won in a heated race, whose win is credited in part to the first ever televised debate. 1984, Ronald Reagan won 49 states, a feat many cannot imagine in today's political climate. And in 2000, you had the controversy surrounding the vote in Florida, which was eventually given to George W. Bush, securing his victory to the White House. In 2008, we had Barack Obama becoming the nation's first black president. So history being made in so many election cycles. This one, will it be ring true and be the same? I'm joined now by Dr. Lindsay Chervinsky, Executive Director of the George Washington Presidential Library. Good morning to you. Thank you for being here. Talk about the historical significance of a Trump second term.
Well, thank you for having me. I think, the most obvious immediate significance is what you said, that we've never had a president who lost their reelection bid and come back other than Grover Cleveland. And there's a reason for that. Often Americans don't want that person to come back. The other, I think, important significance that we have yet to fully understand the ramifications of is Trump did not accept the results of the previous election and actively participated in efforts to undermine that peaceful transfer of power, and yet has come back into office, suggesting that the American people don't really care about that. And I think that is a new place for us in American history, and one we have yet to fully understand.
Well, and then add to that there were 2 assassination attempts, and the incumbent current president, Joe Biden, drops out of the race halfway through. I mean, you start to rack up a lot of historical moments in this run-up to Election Day.
That's true. And, there's still so much we don't know in terms of how people cast their votes, why they cast their votes, what their motivating purpose was. But certainly, I think the late departure from the race by Joe Biden, the very short primary, or not primary, but very short campaign for Vice President Harris must have had something to do with it. Historians are really bad future predictors. So I will be better equipped to say the historic significance of that once we have a little bit more data.
All right, we'll check back in with you next year, 10 years from now, we'll see. But we do know this is the first time Republicans have won the popular vote since '04. So quite a bit of significance in that. How does that stack up to other Republican winners of the White House?
Well, we had seen a pretty significant demographic change over the last couple of decades. As you said, in the last many elections, Republicans typically haven't won the Republican vote. And we're seeing a pretty big shift also within voter demographics about which races, education types, demographic in terms of their wealth, income, their location. That is all in flux right now. And we have seen moments in the past where there have been really big shifts. Reagan certainly was one that really realigned the voter coalitions. LBJ really realigned the voter coalitions, especially in the South. FDR realigned the voter coalitions. And so that process is still unfolding, but it seems that we are in for another big demographic shift, and how various people will line up between the two parties is yet to be seen.
The thing that we're all observing right now, this year's election joining a list of races where the polling and the public expectations really diverged sharply from the results. You've got to look back to Truman 1948, Reagan's win 1980, a landslide against Carter. So there are some historical reference points here, but some significance in what we saw or thought we were going to see last night.
I think that's right. I think that certainly accounts for a lot of the surprise that people are feeling, because even if the polls were accurate and it was tied, it seemed like they were starting to lean in one direction, even if just by a little bit, and they were very much wrong. It's not to say that they weren't sometimes in the margin of error, but I think that we don't always have an understanding of what the margin of error means. And it's clear that pollsters are having trouble capturing a certain segment of the population. And so we're going to have to rethink both our reliance on that tool as part of our political discourse, but how those polls are actually taken.
The other thing that was significant, Dr. Chervinsky, in this election was turnout, and we can glean a lot from those numbers. I think back to last night when we learned something like 200,000 new voters participated in this election as opposed to what we saw in 2020. Historically, can you recall a time when just voters are coming out of the woodwork all of a sudden?
Well, I think we saw a pretty big increase in 2018 for the midterm elections. It was a very high turnout for a non-presidential year. And so it seems that voters, especially in the last several decades, have turned out when there's something in particular that is motivating them. What I'm really curious to see, and as we get more information, is what is it that those new voters cared about? Was it the economy? Was it a particular policy that Trump had put forward that was motivating them? Was it rage or spite at the current system? It's kind of hard to say at this moment, but I think that will be really illuminating.
I think one thing we can all agree on this Wednesday morning is that years from now, you and I will be telling our grandkids about this election and so many things that happen that make it significant, historic, unpredictable. Dr. Lindsay Chervinsky, thanks for your time. Appreciate the historical perspective.
Thank you.
World leaders are also reacting to President Trump's projected victory. What we're hearing from our allies across the globe. Next.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy.
The Prime Minister of the UK reacting there to President Trump's projected victory. Congratulations also coming in from across the world for President Trump. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying on X, quote, "Congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America." Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky also chiming in, saying congratulations to Trump on the impressive election victory. I'm looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States. President of France, Emmanuel Macron, also posting on X, saying in part, "Congratulations, President Trump, ready to work together as we did for 4 years." EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen also posting a warm congratulations to Donald Trump. The EU and the U.S. more than just allies. We are bound by a true partnership between our people, uniting 800 million citizens. Also on X, Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, calling this the biggest comeback in American history and a, quote, much-needed victory for the world. In South Korea, the president's office saying on Wednesday they will be building a perfect security partnership with President Trump's administration. High-ranking officials saying their president will speak to Trump in the coming days. Russian President Vladimir Putin, not among those foreign leaders congratulating Donald Trump amid speculation Trump may be friendlier with Russia than Biden. The Kremlin press secretary put out a statement saying U.S.-Russia relations are at a historic low, and he is not aware of any plans Putin has to congratulate Trump. New results from DDHQ, Montana voters passing a measure to enshrine the right to an abortion into the state's constitution. That initiative says it will, quote, prohibit the government from denying or burdening the right to abortion before fetal viability. That is until about 24 weeks into pregnancy. Surrounding states, Idaho and South Dakota, have near total abortion bans. Still ahead here on News Nation, the outgoing Senate Republican leader set to speak to the press as the party regains control of the Senate.